for refugees.
Hello, I am Antonio Guterres, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. My organization, UNHCR, provides protection and assistance to millions of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced people, and stateless persons around the world. The Global Refugee Simulation and Conference is truly one of a kind. All facets of this program have been planned and executed by a volunteer force of young people from the Washington, D.C. area. These students are combining the Red Cross mission of encouraging volunteerism with the mandate of UNHCR. And we are proud to support this initiative, which proves not only that young people care about the protection of refugees, but that they also have a say in how these issues are addressed. Yesterday, 800 young people gathered in Washington, D.C. to participate in the largest simulation of a refugee crisis that has ever been organized. Simulation participants experienced just a few of the obstacles that refugees face on a daily basis. And in this ultra-realistic program, participants left with a greater appreciation.
Yeah, exactly. Welcome to the first Global Refugee Simulation and Conference organised by the American Red Cross.
We're coming to you live from the American Red Cross headquarters here in Washington, D.C., and we're delighted to have you here with us today. My name is Aisling Swain. I'm Associate Professor of Practice of International Affairs at the Elliott School of International Affairs at the George Washington University here in Washington, D.C. And I'm delighted to be moderating this groundbreaking event today. Let me give you a little bit of background about the event that we're all involved in today. The Global Refugee Simulation and Conference celebrates its inaugural commencement yesterday and today. Firstly, yesterday we had the world's largest refugee simulation taking place. We had 500 participants and 300 volunteers participate in an ultra-real refugee simulation. The event was created by students for students, and the participants left the simulation even more stimulated to act upon issues of international crises and working with and responding to the needs of refugees globally. The second part of this event is today's Digital Global Conference. We're reaching a global audience and are delighted that you can all join with us today in discussing these very important issues and the crises that are affecting our fellow human beings globally. This conference seeks to excite, inspire, and educate an audience globally about issues affecting refugees. This event originated from a challenge issued by the United Nations Secretary General, who was once a Red Cross volunteer himself, and it challenged us to create a project that would inspire young people to engage in humanitarian issues in a meaningful way. As I said, this event is entirely organized by university students for students and gives you an unprecedented access to experts on global humanitarian issues, gives you a chance to interact with these experts and ask the questions that you have and that you want to find out about these issues. We're certain that you will leave this conference with a better understanding of the urgency of refugee issues globally and gain some of the resources and ideas of how you can get involved in these issues. During this conference, we engage you to interact in an interactive way with us. You can see the running schedule for the conference on the GRSC conference website. And let me tell you a little bit about the topics that we're going to be covering so you can get your questions ready and get some of those issues raised that you want to raise. In this first section, we will, for example, explore some of the terminology and definitions about what it means to be a refugee. We will then discuss the environments that refugees find themselves in and why those differing environments matter to the experience of being a refugee. We will also look at gender issues and why it matters that gender issues are addressed and looked at when it comes to addressing the needs and rights of refugee populations. We aim to be as interactive as possible, and while we have outlined a schedule for today's event, we will try and be as responsive as we can to the questions and comments that you send in to us. The schedule won't be rigid. We'll try and cover all of those issues as in depth as we can, but we'll certainly try and be as responsive as we can to what you want us to give you and to share with you about these issues. As a reminder, just to let you know how it will all work, please refer to the box on the right-hand side of your screen to see basic facts about the subject matter experts are sharing with you. Left-hand side, you'll see a space for tweeting, and please tweet at the GRSC. Throughout the program, we welcome viewer questions related to the topic at hand, and the topics that I mentioned can be found on grSC2014.org. Today's program extends its reach to you to include not only the 800 people who participated in the simulation yesterday, but all of those out there globally who are joining us today. This is a Digital Global Conference hosted by the American Red Cross, and we welcome your participation. We want to create an atmosphere that's as inclusive as possible so that we can all get the most out of this conference here today. We extend our heartiest appreciation to those of you who have connected in digitally around the world. Please join the conversation and share your questions, thoughts, and comments with us online using #GRSC. So let's get started and start discussing some of the key issues at hand. Our first topic today is looking at the issue of refugees and IDPs. We know that there are a range of different definitions and terminology that exist around the world, within policy, within law, and within practice. Our discussion aims to orient our audience around what these issues mean and noting the distinctions between us. We have a range of experts here with us, and I will call on them to answer these questions. And as I do so, I will introduce one by one. So please do get your questions and comments into us. So I'm going to turn first to Francois Stam, who is the head of delegation for the International Committee of the Red Cross, the ICRC, here in North America. So Francois, can you talk to us a little bit about what it means to be an IDP or a refugee, what those terminology mean, and the differences between them?
Yes, thank you, Aisling. I mean, IDPs and refugees have in common the fact that they had to leave their home because of a very major, violent, usually, event, such as conflict, such as the fear of persecution, and then they hit the road and had to leave their normal place of residence. Now, what distinguishes legally an IDP, an internally displaced person, from a refugee is that the refugee has crossed an international border, and though becomes a refugee and is also protected by the International Convention on Refugees. But it doesn't mean that IDPs do not benefit from legal protection. They are also protected under national law, under human rights law, and if there is a conflict, under international humanitarian law. So that's what they share in common and also what they have as difference.
Okay, great, thank you. So that's a very clear distinction between those terminologies. And I'm wondering in practice what that might mean. Blerta, perhaps I can call on you. This is Blerta Aliko from UN Women and their she's a gender and humanitarian advisor with UN Women. And Blerta, maybe you could talk a little bit about what it means to be a refugee, what the terminology and that legal definition entitles you to in practice.
Okay, I mean, as my colleague already said, a refugee is someone who flees the country and leaves the territory of their country, a normal location, due to the fear of persecution and violence. And there might be a number of reasons why those people leave their country. In addition, it can be because of their religion, because of their faith, because of their belonging to a particular social group, ethnicity, and other similar reasons that we have seen manifesting in a number of countries already, in like South Sudan, in CAR, in Syria, etc. Now, what those people face as refugees, this is super important because the moment they leave their countries, they leave behind all their belongings. So they are displaced even in a different country and not really knowing what is expecting them. So they face major risks, in particular of gender-based violence and sexual violence. And those issues are they're very much being addressed, but as well a lot remains to be done for them.
Okay, great. Thank you, Blerta. Christy, we might turn to you. This is Christy Edwards, who's the Director of International Humanitarian Law here at the American Red Cross. We've heard a little bit about the distinctions between IDPs and refugees in a legal sense. Can you talk a little bit about what the challenges might be to claim status as a refugee versus an IDP?
Sure. Well, one of the major problems is that there are various reasons why people flee their countries, or even flee within their countries. Many people flee for economic reasons, seeking a better life or better opportunities, better education for themselves or their families. And other people are actually forced to migrate because of conflict within their countries, or in some cases, as we've seen in many island countries, the rising water levels are actually causing the islands to sink or to become extinct. So it's definitely a challenge legally because of the various reasons why people flee, and then for them to seek legal status based on those reasons, because as Blerta mentioned, there are some specific legal frameworks in which people can seek asylum in other countries, whereas for economic reasons they might not have those same rights.
Okay, great. Thank you, Christy. I'm going to talk a little bit more about that definition of being a refugee and call on Michel Gobadin, who is the President of Refugees International. And I'm wondering whether you think that this legal terminology of refugee is inclusive enough. Does it offer enough to people who claim refugee status to allow them to claim the kinds of rights that they are entitled to and the things that they need at the time of crisis?
Well, I think the definition is quite comprehensive, and if it was applied by all the governments who signed it,
Sure.
I think most refugees would get a very fair treatment. It is true that in the past 2 decades, because of the complexity of conflicts where economical downturn has accompanied the conflict and the violation of human rights, it's much more difficult to make a definition, to make a determination of who is a refugee when they show up in an asylum country. So some people have called for a review of the refugee definition. I think that would be very dangerous. I think if today you were asking governments to sit and to write a new refugee definition, it would be written on a very small piece of paper. So I think we have a good one, and we have to strive to make sure that countries who signed it apply it. That's the main problem.
Great. So obviously we have a lot of framework and a lot of policy and international law that exists around this terminology, but the practice is what you're saying is the big challenge. And of course we see gaps in practice around the world, and that's something that I would challenge those of you watching in today to think about. What kinds of questions would you like to pose to the experts about how you can bridge that gap between policy and practice? Let's move on a little bit and talk about another definition or term that comes into the issue of talking about crises and refugees. And I'll call on T. Kumar, who is the Director of International Advocacy for Amnesty International. And we have a term called migrant. And there's the idea of what it means to be a migrant. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what the difference is between voluntary migration and forced migration, and how that fits into the conversation we're having about refugees and IDPs.
Migrants are totally different from refugees and IDPs. Refugees, as we discussed earlier, they flee because of the identity or abuses they face, political reasons and other reasons. IDPs, they don't flee the country. Migrants are the people who leave the country, not flee, leave the country for different reasons, but not for abuses that they face. The different reasons may be economic empowerment, children's education. There are reasons unrelated to their political affiliation or the abuses they face. So the protection that's being given to refugees or IDPs inside a country will not apply to migrants.
Okay, great, thank you. So again, a very clear distinction there in terms of understanding the different definitions and terms and the distinctions that exist in the whole policy framework and looking at the issue of displaced people globally. An issue that Kumar raised was the idea of protection, protection for those who are forced to flee, which you've all been referring to. And Francois, perhaps we could turn to you again, and we'd love to hear a little bit about the mandate of the ICRC in terms of protection. What does that term protection actually mean, and what does it mean for the ICRC?
It means protection from abuses, especially in situations of armed conflict. So the ICRC has received this mandate from the international community, and we have teams on the ground. We assess the situation faced by these persons, and if we see patterns of abuses or even single abuses, we will make relevant interventions with the responsible authorities to try and make sure that these abuses stop. This is also achieved through comprehensive and strong field presence. This is why for us proximity is so important, to have teams really on the ground, on the field, to be able to be close to these populations and to be able to exactly know what happens.
Okay, great, thank you. So protection is a key strategy when it comes to assisting those who are affected by international humanitarian crises. One of the key issues that you've all alluded to really is the issue of violence. That there is violence involved in the need to take flight, the need to leave your home. And Michelle, I wonder if I could come back to you, and if you could talk to us a little bit about what kinds of violence are we referring to here? We had Francois referred to armed conflict, but what kind of violence are civilians facing during times of crisis? Why do they get up and leave? What's happening?
Well, there are different sources of violence. One is people are persecuted personally for what they believe or for who they are, and then the persecution is directed against specific individuals. But you have the large majority of people who flee now are trapped in the middle of a conflict, right, of which they are not part, and they have no choice because their houses are destroyed, civilians are killed indiscriminately, and they just have to flee. So this is the main cause of forced movement today. I would add one perhaps point on the difference between IDPs and refugees in terms of the violence they suffer. refugees, once they have crossed a country, a border, are in principle protected from violence, while IDPs stay in the country where the conflict remains, and they are still subject to violence after they have moved. And this is one of the major challenges we find in terms of protection.
Okay, great. So we've talked a little bit about armed conflict, and these are one of the primary, I suppose, issues behind why people are forced to flee. Christy, you kind of alluded to the idea of climate change, and that is an increasing issue that we are seeing as a motivation behind displacement. And also we get natural disasters happening also. And you know, people get displaced because of climate change factors, because of disasters that happen as a result of weather change, etc. Berta, I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about the natural disaster situation and what that means in relation to understanding displacement. People might not necessarily cross a border, maybe they may in some instances, but certainly they will be displaced as a result of a disaster and displaced in place, if you like. Could you talk to me about what that means in terms of understanding the plight of those people and how international response comes about?
Yes, with regards to, I mean, as we know, there is definitely an increase of natural disasters and the impact they're having on the population. And although those natural disasters have existed before, the impact is higher now for a number of reasons. Because there is a bigger urbanization, there is a different impact, as well as the coping strategies have changed compared to before. If we all remember the Haiti 2010, we remember just recently the crisis and the big disaster in the Philippines, and what it meant is that there were hundreds and thousands of people displaced from their homes, and where they moved to other places and that's where the international community elevated their responses and went to help those affected. What it means for these people is that they were unprepared for those disasters. They were in a most vulnerable way, and then they had to find coping strategies where they could kind of deal with this crisis. But this crisis is going to be there for a number of years, and therefore the international humanitarian aid needs to actually match with their own capacities and take the opportunity for an increased disaster risk response and increased disaster preparedness. And unfortunately, what happens is that we need to be hit by a disaster to be able to actually start realizing that we need to be prepared. That has been the case in Bangladesh in 2008, and later on in 2010, the impact of the disaster was much lower due to the preparedness. The same was in case of Myanmar in 2008 again, where was a huge issue, but then things went much better in the following disaster due to an increased recognition of preparedness and building on the capacity of population.
Okay, thank you, Berta. So one more question on this issue of refugees and IDPs. One of the phenomena that we see on the ground is that often when there is a massive influx and population movement, they migrate to certain urban points. And you see in situations like the South Sudan and in other situations, we had a specific question on this from the UNHCR at refugees, who asked about the tensions that can occur between refugees and the host population. So when a refugee population move, they come in on top of an already settled population. So maybe we could hear a little bit about the tensions that can erupt between the moving population and the host population. And I wonder, Francois, if you could take up that issue and talk to us a little bit about what those tensions are, why they arise, and how they can be mediated.
Sure. I mean, refugees usually go to the country next door, which is always also affected by the conflict, so is in a fragile situation. And the population, I mean, the balance in the ethnic nature of the population can cause additional frictions. We see this now in South Sudan, where unfortunately the conflict has a strong ethnic connotation. We have seen this in other places. So of course it creates resentment from the host community to see those persons that they associate with maybe the enemies for some of them. So it increased the tensions. Another factor that could also increase the difficulties is that when the local population sees all the assistance going for the refugees, they feel left out, and they feel that the refugees, sometimes you hear that the refugees benefit from better conditions than the host population. We should absolutely avoid this, and we should work on those perceptions as well.
Okay, great. And perhaps, Michelle, if I could just call on you to add to that conversation, just a couple of lines about what can we do to try and mediate that tension and try and do our best to, as an international assistance, to ensure that those tensions aren't exacerbated at the point of movement?
Well, the humanitarian community, despite all its wisdom and its efforts to provide succor, tends to see a conflict in terms of the day they arrive and the day they leave. They don't realize that conflict occurs in a place that has existed before and will keep on existing after. And I think that to minimize these tensions, we have to try to take stock of what does the population think, what's their level of their standards of life, etc., and how can we use the assistance to make sure that they are not discriminated against when assistance comes, because you have this massive influx of outside assistance that leaves when the displaced or the refugees leave. And this is almost offensive for local population. And perhaps we're not sufficiently sensitive to that. Of course, we're limited by budgets, but this is not reason good enough to say we should try better.
Great, thank you. Okay, so thank you for all of your responses on that really important issue of trying to define and distinguish between the different terminology and status that can exist for those people who are displaced by conflict and by natural disasters. And as I've noted, we have a panel of experts here. Please do send in your tweets and questions to ensure that you make the most of accessing the expertise that we have here available to you. So now we're going to move to our first live stream. So intermittently in our schedule, we have guest speakers coming in from different places around the globe to share with us their knowledge and expertise and their contribution to the discussion today. And I'm absolutely delighted to say that we have the Vice President of the International Committee of the Red Cross, Madame Christine Birley, who is coming through live to us now to speak to us via Skype from her home in Geneva. So we're going to have a brief statement from Madame Birley and then some time for questions and answers. So I encourage you to send in your tweets, your questions, your comments, and get those in so that I can pass them on to Madame Birley on your behalf. So I hand over now to Madame Birley.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, dear friends from the American Red Cross. Bonjour, François. I did not hear you for quite a while, but I have a big pleasure to be with you now, and I hope that you can hear me.
Yes.
Yes,
ICRC,
very well.
The International Committee of the Red Cross is proud to be a partner of the American Red Cross Global Refugee Simulation, and in particular, we applaud the initiative to engage you all, young people, young adults, in such an innovative way. In a world where it is so easy to be apathetic about the plight of IDPs, internally displaced people and refugees, and where all it takes is just turning the TV or YouTube channel in order to turn a blind eye to the harsh realities that they face. It's inspiring to see such a large group of young people in the United States, not to mention a digital audience of people around the globe actively seeking to better understand these issues and to do something about them. The humanitarian sector in which we all work is an arena where we are constantly forced to innovate and find new ways of solving complex problems, and we support any initiative that can lead to fresh ideas that might alleviate suffering. Your type of event builds on a momentum that we see within the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, which is made up of tens of thousands dedicated volunteers, many of whom young and highly motivated as you are, and who make a very real and positive difference in our world each day. The ICRC and the American Red Cross have a lot of things in common, including a shared objective of promoting respect for international humanitarian law or the law of armed conflict, as you say in your country. This type of real-life simulation provides a great opportunity to show why upholding the rules of war is so important. For example, why civilians and their property must not be targeted, and why health workers must be allowed to work safely. It is in a real conflict a matter of life and death, and it is important for everyone to recognize that even wars must have limits. The ICRC and the American Red Cross have a shared history that many people might not be aware of, but which underscores our ongoing and joint commitment to bring hope and help to those in need, wherever they may be. For over 150 years, the ICRC has been working to protect and assist the victims of armed conflict. Ever since, the Swiss businessman and founder of the ICRC, Henri Dunant, came to the aid of soldiers wounded in the Battle of Solferino, which lies in Italy in Europe. Just a few short years later, on the other side of the Atlantic, the founder of the American Red Cross, Clara Barton, could be found doing the exact same things, helping soldiers injured in the American Civil War. In fact, she risked her life bringing food and medical supplies to battlefields and field hospitals in Maryland and Virginia, much like Bull Run, where the global refugee simulation took place. Those are very different times of today, of course. Neither the telephone nor the automobile had been invented yet, and wars were waged in very different ways. Back then, civilians barely bore the brunt of armed conflict. Today, they endure unimaginable suffering in places like Syria, the Central African Republic, South Sudan, Colombia, and other places in the world. What events like the global refugee simulation demonstrate is that the need to bring a measure of humanity to war is as true today as it was 150 years ago, and that individuals like you all and those taking part in this digital conference across the globe have the power to change things for the better. Thank you very much, and I'm looking forward to hear now your questions.
Great. Thank you, Madam Burley, for those inspiring words. It's great to have you here with us and to have an opportunity to directly converse with you and engage you in this important discussion. As you noted, one of the unique things about today's event is that it engages a key constituency for the American Red Cross, which is youth around the world. And what's truly unique about this event is that we have the entire event over the last 2 days organized by young people, by volunteers, and by young people for young people to try and engage more young people around the world in these issues. And I'd love to hear more from you on why you think it's important that international movements like the ICRC, like the American Red Cross, engage young people in these key issues, and what opportunities there are for young people to directly get involved and what they should think about doing to support the mission of the ICRC and the American Red Cross.
I think it's incredibly important to motivate young people to look after what is important for the society. And when you see what has been done now in these last days in your country during the exercise you have done, I think it's very valuable, it is very inspiring. And when I look around the world and see at all the Red Cross and Red Crescent societies and see the young volunteers, I'm always enormously impressed. I give you only one example. Let's look at Syria. Let's look at the Syrian Arab Red Crescent. They have an enormously active young population, students from universities which are closed now because of the war. And these young people do an incredible work under enormously difficult circumstances, and they very often risk their life. The Syrian Arab Red Crescent has had 34 volunteers killed, and I must say we can only be impressed of what they are doing.
Great, thank you for that. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit more directly about the specific mission of the ICRC in relation to refugee crisis. What is it that the ICRC does when an emergency hits, when there is a mass displacement of population? What's the first thing that you do, and what do you do then in the longer term?
Internally displaced people are one of the populations where the ICRC has to do most work with them. They are extremely vulnerable. they lost their homes. They very often were not able to take something with them. They have to be out there without also very often food or water. And what we are doing is look that they can survive. I can give you some example here again. Let's look at Central Africa. Central Africa is a very difficult situation now, where a lot of internally displaced people, for instance, had to flee and stay now on the airport of Bangui. We have more than 120,000 people staying just without nothing on the airport, and we have to look that they get food and water. The ICRC is bringing more than 240,000 liters of fresh water every day out to the airport of Bangui to get water to these people. I think we very often speak of refugees, and sometimes we tend to forget that a lot of people are displaced in their own countries, and we have about 28 million people who are internally displaced because of conflicts around the world.
And I want to turn to a very specific issue that is an increasing challenge in today's world, really. We know that the ICRC has a long history and mission and has been operating in humanitarian crises globally for a very long time. There are emerging issues that are increasingly presenting challenges to international organisations, and one of those is the issue of chemical weapons. I know that ICRC has been looking at this issue with some scrutiny, and I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what the approach is in terms of the ICRC's understanding of this issue, how you're going about looking at it in terms of the overall mandate of the ICRC, and what kind of challenges present.
One thing you can very clearly say when you are speaking about chemical weapons is that the situation of law is clear. We have a clear prohibition of the use of chemical weapons. Every use of chemical weapons is against the international humanitarian law and is a crime. So this, I mean, is very clear. But of course, we still have to see that there is a danger that these weapons can be still used. And we had the whole discussion also about the use, the eventual use, and also the use of chemical weapons in Syria. When I just come back on the Syrian context, what I would like to strike there is that we had a use of chemical weapons which was horrible and killed more than 1,000 people. But we should not forget that the use of very conventional weapons had as a consequences in Syria the deaths of more than 100,000 people. I mean, we should not forget that very conventional weapons and the use of very conventional weapons and also of small arms and light weapons is extremely dangerous, and we should not only speak of course, very dangerous chemical weapons which are at least prohibited.
Great, thank you for that. It really is a challenge as we move forward. We have a tweet here that's coming in from our audience that I'd like to pass on to you. And it says, Madame Burley, you've said that the rules of war must be upheld, but is it really possible for wars to have limits? I wonder if you could give us a response to that question.
Yes, I think it is. I mean, this is the basis of the whole work of the International Committee of the Red Cross. It is the basis of the law of war, the international humanitarian law, which has been created 150 years ago. And if we see, we can remark that we have quite a lot of contexts where the law is respected and the people have also an advantage of the respect of the law. We think that we still have to work, and it is a goal to work for that even more in more contexts we have more respect of the law. But the law is important as a basis that we can work on it and that we can also have a clear and structured dialogue with all parties in the conflict to remind them to respect what is the rule and what is the basis.
Great, thank you for that. And I think this really speaks to an issue that arose earlier this morning about the difference between, having policy and legal frameworks in place and then making sure that they are implemented in practice. And I encourage you, all of you out there listening, to come in and tweet to us about what you think are the challenges about the gaps between those laws and fully implementing and respecting those laws of war, and what kind of challenges present, or any ideas you have about what can be done to bridge that gap between policy and practice. We have another question coming in over Twitter for you, Madam Birley, and this comes from @Viravazpli, and I don't think I've got that right, but how hard is it for a refugee to apply and be granted refugee status in their host countries? What goes into the process? And maybe you could talk to us a little bit about that overall issue and anything that corresponds with the work of the ICRC.
I think it's very different from one country to another, of course. Every country has its own legal basis which describes to whom it wants to give the possibility to stay in the country and to whom it wants to give also the definition to be an accepted refugee. But what I think is extremely difficult for each and every person who has to leave its own home country, be it because of a natural catastrophe or being because of a situation of conflict, is that it is a very vulnerable person, and that it's extremely important that the humanitarian institutions take care of him during the whole process, where the person will apply afterwards for the right to stay in a country. There is a humanitarian side of this situation where you get out of your country and you apply for asylum somewhere, and there is a side of the law. And what we are doing, we are looking after the humanitarian side, which is extremely important because all these people are vulnerable and have to be looked after.
Great, thank you. We had another question coming in from @Carly Nuttall, and the question is, what options are open to humanitarian organisations like the ICRC when access is limited or cut off from areas because of armed conflict?
You speak about an extremely difficult question, which is for us of the utmost importance. I mean, to have access to the most vulnerable and to be able to go there and bring help is probably the biggest challenge we have got. And it's also something we are really working for day by day, because our mandates ask from us to be there where the needs are the biggest. And it's true that we have a situation where a lot of humanitarian workers and a lot of volunteers too, and I just spoke about the volunteers of the Syrian Arab Red Crescent before, are in big danger, and they get sometimes under direct fire. And this is a situation we really have to live up with, and we have to look that we get more and more again respect also of the emblem of the Red Cross and the Red Crescent, and that's why the whole Red Cross and Red Crescent movement also made now a very big project which is called Healthcare in Danger, where we say we have to look that the emblem is respected and that medical personnel and also wounded persons are not attacked directly, and that really the medical mission can work again also and have access to the most vulnerable in the field.
Thank you, and that is indeed an extremely important issue, and one that becomes increasingly challenging as we know. So I have one more question that I'd like to share with you that's come in over our Twitter feed, and that is, how can limits be enforced on war? So this is a follow-up question to the last issue that we discussed around this, and it's asking that why would those involved in war, state or non-state actors, why would they adhere to the limits posed by international law? What's the motivations for that, and how can we enforce those limitations that the law offers to us?
One of the causes why parties in a conflict are tended to respect the law is the principle of reciprocity. I mean, every party in a war or in a conflict sees that she also has people going into the fight, being in the armed conflict, and that for their own soldiers it can be important that the rules are respected. So this principle of reciprocity is a very important basis of all the rules in the international humanitarian law. But then also we think that the respect as a state, the respect as a government who has a basis and respects law is important in the international community. I mean, to be respected in the international community, a state or a government has also to show that it has respect for the law and that it respects the international humanitarian law. But you are right, this is one of the big questions which is beside of access, what we have to discuss and where we have to go further. I think we have to discuss to get more rules how to implement law. The law is existing, but we have to work on the respect of the implementation.
Great, thank you for that. So as you know, Madam Birley, we have a panel of experts here with me today, and I'd like to draw them into our discussion with you and get some of their responses to some of the important points that you've been raising and some of the important questions that have been coming into us over Twitter feed. So I'm going to call first on Christy Edwards, and Christy is the Director of International Humanitarian Law here at the American Red Cross. And Christy, I wonder if you could comment a little bit about this whole issue of the rules of war, where we're at currently, and as Madam Birley's last comment underscored, this idea of implementation. We have a strong framework in place. Can you comment on whether you think it is strong enough? But what about the question of enforcement? Where are we going now with this whole project, if you like?
Absolutely. I think that one of the wonderful things about international humanitarian law is that it's the only body of law that every single country in the world has signed on to and has agreed to abide by. And one of the things that I know that the ICRC also works on quite heavily is education and reaching out to non-state armed groups to make sure that they also know about their responsibilities to apply the rules of war. And I know that they've seen, and we've seen as well, that many of these groups seeking legitimacy, who are fighting against the governments in their state, will also apply IHL or the laws of war in order to be seen as legitimate forces. I think the most important aspect of this, though, is education, and the ICRC does an amazing job of education globally, and something that many people actually in the United States don't know is that the American Red Cross actually has in our congressional charter the mandate to educate the American public about the rules of war. And so it's just as important that we here in the US know about the rules and how those rules are applied in global conflict. And this is something that we take very seriously. We want all Americans to be active, engaged global citizens, and understanding the role of the United States and our responsibilities in armed conflict is one of the most critical pieces of that.
Great, thank you, Christy. And maybe just dovetailing onto that to pick up another issue that came in to us about this, the issue of chemical weapons, and we had some great comments there from Madame Birley on this. But I wonder if I could call on Francois, who's the head of the North American ICRC delegation here, and I wonder if you have anything to add to those comments about this whole issue of how you engage in these emerging challenges to the international humanitarian project.
Yes, of course. I mean, the question also made the point with Syria, and I'd just like to mention that, as Christine has said, I mean, there is no legal use for chemical weapons. Right. I think it's important to underline this, because when chemical weapons were used in Syria, you heard in some report that it was illegal to use chemical weapons against civilians. It's illegal to use chemical weapons, period. Right. There is not a single legal use for chemical weapons. What I'd just like to mention is we find it quite remarkable, the energy, the motivation that was found inside the international community then to address this particular issue of the chemical weapons in Syria, which unfortunately has disappeared since. And as Christine has said, many, many more persons are being killed in Syria by perfectly conventional weapons. And we just wish that this international community would find this energy again. It is not the ICRC or the UNHCR or humanitarian actors that will find the political settlement that Syria needs.
Okay, and a tweet has just come in specifically for ICRC, and I wonder if I could come back to you, Francois, on that. And basically, the question asks, you know, with the what this tweeter is saying, with the advent and possibility of future nuclear or chemical conflicts, how does the ICRC prepare for such a possible eventuality? And that's come in from @particle_v_sexy.
Yes. For nuclear weapons, we are, I mean, it's a terrible weapon. As you know, it has only been used once on 2 occasions in war. The current situation is that there is simply no way to be prepared and ready for nuclear weapons. So of course we support the eventual prohibition of these weapons, because we understand that if they are used, not only there will be an immense amount of destruction, but the people, the survivors, will not be able to come to any place where they would seek comfort or safety or medical care. Everything will be literally destroyed.
Sure.
So there's actually no response to important use of nuclear weapons.
Sure, sure, thank you. I wonder, Blerta, if you could come in and talk to us a little bit. I think one of the themes that has come out of the conversation on this particular segment has been the distinction between civilians and combatants. And one of the things we know is that women are impacted by violence at times of armed conflict. And I know that UN Women has a specific mandate for looking at international issues of gender equality. And I wonder if you could respond a little bit to this conversation about that idea of the impacts of conflict on civilians, where that fits into this conversation about offering legal protections to women at times of crises.
Yes, definitely. I mean, we do have a number of policy frameworks under which all the member states have signed to, which is the Security Council Resolution of 1325, and plus others that have followed the year, with the last one on the 2122, if I'm not mistaken, in 2013. And basically, those resolutions are binding and bring all the member states to respect actually the civilians and the rights of, in particular, of women and girls in the conflict. What we do have in those situation is that we do have a number of civilians killed and the human rights abuse. I mean, if we simply look at the Commission of Inquiry, for example, of the reports of Commission of Inquiry in Syria, you'd see that the sexual and gender-based violence is used as a weapon of war. We have crimes like torture, and they are done both against men and against women. So what is done to protect women is that there are 3, if I'm talking about the protection and the work that the global protection does, the global protection cluster does, is the coordination and the multiple sectoral response on prevention and response to sexual and gender-based violence. And what does that mean is that first is safe access, giving them a safe access to safe places, is having access to legal and psychosocial and economic opportunities, as well as trying to prevent by increasing awareness of actually the affected population and non-affected population on the risks that exist with regard to sexual and gender-based violence. However, we know that, for example, if we go to South Sudan, and we just finished an assessment there, is that rape has been used as a tactic in the December conflict among the ethnic groups and perpetrated by both parties into the conflict, the government and non-government. And this is as well part of the Secretary General report. The same we have in Syria, where we have crimes against humanity and torture, rape, sexual-based violence has happened. But the same we have in Central African Republic situation. So you have those phenomena more and more, and that's where the humanitarian agencies and humanitarian community is struggling to provide adequate protection to those. And one last point that I wanted to make, one of the major challenges is that sometimes those issues are not considered as life-saving issues, and therefore the attention of the whole humanitarian aid to protection is not really put at the at the proper level of attention.
Sure, great. Thank you for that. And that was a very comprehensive overview, I think, of these key issues that are affecting civilians during wartime. And Kumar, I wonder if I could draw you into this conversation. What we're basically speaking here is about issues of human rights violations that take place during armed conflict and that affect those who are affected by conflict and as a result displaced. That whole issue of, you know, being displaced, becoming a refugee or an IDP within your own country. And I wonder if you could talk a little bit about the issue of human rights. Where do these arise within addressing armed conflict? What does Amnesty International do about this? How do you look at this issue? And what can we do to try and protect the human rights of those civilians who are impacted by armed conflict?
Amnesty International, as a worldwide grassroots human rights organization, we have taken special interest in the protection of civilians during the armed conflict. We look at two issues. One is the regular human rights abuses that happens against the civilians. Second is whether international humanitarian law, the law of war, has been violated. So we highlight the issue and make international campaigns. That's our main issue. Second issue is that when we find out and we have enough evidence that rule of war, you know, the law of war has been violated and civilians have been targeted or hospitals have been targeted, then we campaign for war crimes investigation. That's something I think, you know, it was mentioned about reciprocity. That's why people are nervous. The fighters are nervous. But I will say more than that, the deterrent fact to protect civilians is the war crimes investigation. They know that if they touch these people, they are going to face international tribunal one of these days. Look at Iraq, Kurdish issues. After years, they were brought. So, and also on chemical weapons, I just want to touch on.
Sure.
It is an issue which should be a red line for every major 5 countries. The permanent members of the Security Council should have a red line. If those 5 countries can stand up, then it will protect civilians from mass weapons of destruction, as well as refugees and IDPs.
Okay, great, thank you. We've had a specific question come in to reiterate this point about implementing international law frameworks. And Christy, it's been directly pointed towards you, and maybe you could draw on your expertise on your role around the issue of international humanitarian law. We've just had a conversation about this idea of protection of human rights, the protection of civilians, and it does basically come back to this issue of implementing these laws of war frameworks. What incentives are there for armed actors to actually follow the rules of war?
Well, as Kumar actually just mentioned, there's 2 different approaches. The threat of prosecution for war crimes and crimes against humanity, those can certainly be a deterrent for people in armed conflict to not commit violations of IHL. But then, as Madame Birli mentioned earlier, the principle of reciprocity, knowing that there are protections and rights and limits that apply to both sides are a very valuable tool to remind all parties to a conflict that those things apply equally to both. And because all countries have signed on to the Geneva Conventions, they are certainly applicable in those circumstances.
Great, thank you for that. I wonder, Michelle, if we could draw you into this conversation also. Your organization, Refugees International, obviously has a big role in looking at this idea of protection and the idea of claiming refugee status. Would you want to come into the conversation and talk a little bit about how you see this issue and the key concerns and challenges that we're facing now?
Well, it all depends on what government legislate to apply the convention when they've signed it. And
sure.
There it's nice to have an international instrument, but you can apply it liberally or extremely restrictively.
Right.
What we have seen since the end of the Cold War is a tremendous increase in economical migrants, many of whom try to use the refugee recognition procedure as a way to guarantee status in the country, and therefore asylum systems have become clogged. The reaction of most governments have been to be much more restrictive on how they apply the convention. And if I could take one example to illustrate, for example, we know that people who flee Eritrea basically cannot be returned. If they're returned, they end up in jail and they probably end up dead at some point. The country has a horrible record, one of the worst in the world, in treating people who may have left even for just economical reasons. You cannot return them. Some Western countries have a 1% recognition rate for Eritreans, others have 90%. Obviously, the same instrument is not applied in the same way. And this is where the role of civil society is key in monitoring what their governments do, in putting pressure through their congresses. There's a lot of that happening in the US, but also in having lawyers who give pro bono support to refugees when they prepare their application to make sure that they can make the best case. And I hope that a lot of the young people who listen to us today will become lawyers and will give pro bono service to asylum seekers.
Sure, thank you for that. And I remind all of our panelists to think about some of the questions that you want to pose to the people who are participating in our event today. What questions would you pose back to the young people of today in terms of what their role is in assisting with this issue and understanding it more fully? So I'd like to draw this section of our discussion to a close, and thank you for some of these key points. You know, we've really kind of tackled some of the ideas of the definitions of refugee status, what it means to be displaced, what it means to be experiencing a situation of crisis, how our international law frameworks work in respect of these situations and these critical moments in people's lives. I'd like to thank Madame Beerley for calling in and for joining us for this discussion. It's been a pleasure and an honour to have your participation with us. And now I'd like to pass over to a special message that we have from the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees, Mr. Antonio Guterres.
Hello, I am Antonio Guterres, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees. My organization, UNHCR, provides protection and assistance to millions of refugees, asylum seekers, internally displaced people, and stateless persons around the world. The Global Refugee Simulation and Conference is truly one of a kind. All facets of this program have been planned and executed by a volunteer force of young people from the Washington, D.C. area. These students are combining the Red Cross mission of encouraging volunteerism with the mandate of UNHCR. And we are proud to support this initiative, which proves not only that young people care about the protection of refugees, but that they also have a say in how these issues are addressed. Yesterday, 800 young people gathered in Washington, D.C. to participate in the largest simulation of a refugee crisis that has ever been organized. Simulation participants experienced just a few of the obstacles that refugees face on a daily basis. And in this ultra-realistic program, participants left with a greater appreciation for the resilience that refugees and internally displaced people exhibit through the most trying of circumstances. The conference being held today gives viewers worldwide the chance to share their thoughts, opinions and questions about issues that need to be addressed with global policymakers and advocates for change. The conference staff has created a roster of engaging subject matter experts representing a wide array of organizations and has designed a program that seeks to address the most controversial and misunderstood elements of refugee protection and humanitarian aid. I encourage you to join this discussion in the virtual world and to take advantage of the wealth of knowledge that these experts possess. Your questions and comments will spur the conversation forward on how well can we protect the rights of the world's most vulnerable persons. Don't miss your chance to raise your voice. On behalf of the UN Refugee Agency, thank you very much.
Okay, great, thank you. And I hope you enjoyed that message from the UN High Commissioner for Refugees. So I have a new panel of experts with me now, and we're going to move on to a new topic related to the last one, but specifically focusing on the environments in which refugees find themselves living in once they become displaced. I'd like to remind you that this is a global international digital conference. It is aimed to be as interactive as possible, and we welcome all of you out there who are listening and watching to send in your tweets, to send in your comments, to send in your questions, and I'll do my best to pass them on to our panel of experts. And we want you to get as much as you can from this conference and to make the most of these experts that we have here with us. We have a truly inspiring event that is taking place, the largest a refugee simulation that has ever taken place, organised by the American Red Cross. And we're here to discuss some of the key issues that relate to refugees and humanitarian crises globally. So we're going to move on and talk, as I said, about the environments in which refugees find themselves. We have, I guess, a stereotypical picture that when people get displaced, they flee and they become housed in camps, either internally displaced camps or refugee camps across borders. But increasingly, we're also seeing that those who flee from armed conflict, for example, may actually move and live within their host population, or may move to urban environments and live within urban areas. And it's important that we understand a little bit more the options that are available for those who become displaced. Where do they go? Why would they go into a camp? Why would they go into an urban setting? And I'd like to pose some of these questions to our panelists. So I'm first going to call on Ninette Kelly, who is the representative to Lebanon for the UNHCR, the UN High Commission for Refugees. And Ninette, I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about what it means for a person who becomes displaced to find a place of refuge. What are they looking for? Where are they going? What trends are we seeing globally right now in terms of options, in terms of going and making a decision about where's safe for you to find refuge?
Well, first of all, it's important to know that most refugees who flee their country out of, for fear of violence or armed conflict often arrive with nothing. They come with the clothes on their backs. Many have been displaced within their own countries more than once. They arrive without many of their family members. They've seen them been killed. They arrive without savings. Their futures have been really dashed. So when they come to these countries, they're looking for every type of assistance you can imagine. They're looking for shelter, a warm place to rest their head. They're looking for food. They're looking for medical care. They need to put their children in school the longer the displacement continues. If we look at the situation in Lebanon, for example, it may be a surprise for some of your viewers to know that Lebanon hosts 1 million refugees. It is the single most concentrated refugee population per proportion to the size of any country in the entire world. And these refugees are not living in camps. They're by and large scattered throughout 1,600 localities. Lebanese communities have opened their doors to refugees, but it's a very difficult struggle for them and very hard on the hosting communities. That pattern is also replicated around the world. Over half the refugee population that the UN Refugee assists are non-camp-based refugees.
Okay, great. And I wonder if I could just have a follow-up question with you. I mean, what is the difference between being based in a camp or being based in an urban settlement, for example, or seeking refuge with family or friends? What kind of tensions arise, or what kind of, I suppose, issues are refugees considering when they choose where to be? What difference does it make where you locate yourself?
Well, often there is no choice. Often camps are usually what the UN Refugee Agency considers a last option, because it's much better to have refugees by and large living within communities more or less replicating what they had at home, and being able to seek protection and free movement within local communities. It also means that we're able to help, when we help refugees, our assistance can also go to help hosting communities. So in some cases there's no choice. The government chooses to put up camps, and in which case the UN Refugee Agency helps the government to manage those camps and helps those camps to be as humane as possible and to provide the essential services that refugees so desperately need.
Great, thank you for that. I'd like to move on now and talk with Manyang Kerr, who is the founder and CEO of Humanity Helping Sudan project. Manyang, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about this whole issue of displacement, and as we've kind of discussed already, the situations that people find themselves in, being forced to go into a camp, being forced to go into maybe an urban environment. What are you seeing in your organization's work, and what are the key issues that arise?
When the word refugees is because of war. People are displaced in their own country and they go to another country. So when they're forced in that challenge, they have to make a tough choice to go to another country. I'm going to talk about Sudan basically, because that's where we work at. Sure. Right now, there's about 1 million people who are displaced in Sudan. And all of them were forced to Ethiopian bordering country. And often that place is a not served place. The road was not constructed. And the situation is really bad there, because even women and children give birth like inside, on the road before they even get to refugees camp.
Okay.
And that's a situation the refugees get themselves into. They are forced from their own country to go to another country, basically because of war and political that just happened. And there's also refugees, which is called displaced people in their own country.
Sure.
So that's what the situation is right now in southern Sudan.
Okay. And could you talk a little bit more and elucidate for us what the situation is like in Sudan right now for those who are displaced? What are the conditions they are facing, and are they getting the aid that they need?
Well, it's very difficult because most refugees agents cannot get with the governments, and it's harder to get to them because southern Sudan is just a country 2 years ago. They don't have construction road, they don't have a lot of things. So now when the war come again, refugees are once again forced to go to another country like Kenya and Ethiopia. So the situation there is just harder because it's rainy seasons, there's no shelter, they don't have anything, and people are just live in a place where it's like a container. They were put in a place where this is not their own country. And if you put 500,000 in one place, you will get diarrhea, diseases, things that can be solved if there was no population, like population concentration. So that's what is the problem right now. That's what is the bigger challenge that refugees are facing in southern Sudan.
Great, thank you for that. And I'm going to move on to Kumar and draw you into this conversation and have a specific conversation about the challenges facing urban refugees. We're increasingly seeing this issue, and I wonder if you could highlight for us what that actually means. What does it mean to be an urban refugee? What are the key challenges, and how does Amnesty International look at this issue more broadly?
We look at refugees in general and protection, but when refugees are in a camp, refugee camp, if it is run by UN High Commissioner for Refugees, then we are pretty okay. We don't have to worry too much about that particular operation. What we will be concerned is if a government is setting up and the whole oversight may not be as adequate as an international organization. But once you move to urban refugees are the folks by and large leave at their own will to find a way to start their own life in a host country. There are two challenges they face. First is the host community. Are they welcoming them? At least, are they not hostile to them? If they are hostile to them, then the government concerned should make sure that they have been protected from the rights perspective. Second is whether they have adequate facilities and opportunities to settle down. And third, of course, the governments should make sure that they have been legally protected, giving asylum or some form of legal protection where they can be allowed to work and children can go to school.
Okay.
So I will say the urban refugees can become less burden to a government or to the international organization if adequate facilities and assistance are given to them.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. We have a tweet that's come in that I'd like to read out to you, and perhaps you could all have a think about your response to this. The tweet comes from @Berkey876. And I'm just going to read it out. It's quite an interesting statement. It says, camps sound like confinement. It might be a good way to start out, but they, meaning I guess refugees or IDPs, should definitely be exposed to urban environments. I wonder if you agree or disagree with that statement. Nanette, would you like to come back to us on that and what your response to that might be?
I don't think there's a general answer, but I think one can say that it's very difficult once you set up camps then to dismantle them.
Right.
And the advantages of being able to provide adequate assistance and protection to refugees in urban environments or non-camp environments is a challenge because they're more dispersed, they're less visible, they get less media attention, quite frankly, so often the resources that you have are adversely affected. But the benefits of it are that you can provide services that benefit hosting communities in real and tangible ways. And I would point to electricity projects or water projects or helping out healthcare centers in local communities where refugees reside, or local schools. All that money that we provide provides assistance not just to refugees but also local communities. So it can help keep the welcoming asylum space open, and most importantly, it gives something back to these hosting countries that are doing so much proportion to their resources.
Sure, and maybe I could just come back to you a little bit on that. I mean, I think we're increasingly seeing the protracted nature of crises, and we're seeing situations where people go into camps in an emergency setting, and an emergency in a critical point in time with the expectation that this is a temporary moment. But we see in situations like Sudan that people are residing in camps for 10 years and more. What's the issue here? How do we think about exit strategies? What are the key challenges? Is it the broader political environment? Is it the way that we do aid? What do you think are key issues here for us to think about? And maybe in your own response, think about questions you could put back to the audience that are watching here today about this.
I'm sure that some of your audience has great experience of their own in terms of their experience with encountering refugees in camps in their own countries and knowing why these situations arise. Most often, it's a political decision to keep refugees in camps, and that becomes entrenched over the years. It's not to say that refugees in urban environments are any less prolonged than a camp-based environment. Remember, camps are more visible. But it is to say that we see a ghettoization of refugees, and again, I keep harping back on this point, that the solutions, when we provide solutions to refugees in camps, they're not, we try our best to benefit the local communities around, but we don't often get the massive, the much bigger impact that we can have in the non-camp environment. Okay. But I would also be interested in what your viewers would say are their experience either in their countries and why their own governments may be insisting that refugees be on camps and what they think they can do to change that pattern.
Great, thank you. And that's a great question. And I encourage you who are watching today to come back with your opinions and responses to that question. And I'll share them here with the panel and get a conversation going between us and you out there. So let's get as much dialogue going back and forth as we can. I'm going to turn to you, Manyang, to get a response to this issue specific to the Sudan context. We've talked about the idea that, crises today are protracted. As Nanette has pointed out, there are political factors that really impact on why these camps stay in place. What's the situation in Sudan? And we'd love to hear a little bit about the reality of the lived experience of this for those affected. What impact does it have on community cohesion, on everyday life for those who are confined to residing in camps for long periods? Let's hear about the real day-to-day of the individuals who are living in these situations.
Well, when you are forced to leave from your home, you are forced with a lot of things. Because when you go to refugees camp, there's no job, you can find job. There's no company that go there and say that I'm going to open 10 jobs, or I'm going to put education there, or I'm going to do this. So the only thing you have is protecting your life. And your life is what you have, and that's what you want from your country to go to some place. That's a place called refugees. It's like you are put in one place. You can't go here, and you can't go here. So you are in the middle. And when you are forced in that situation, a lot of things become your enemy. You go against a lot of things. You go against your future life. You go against the environment, the natural disaster, the thing that you could not even help, is small sickness, helping a lot of things that you could not help. And that's the hard part living as refugees. Right now, the situation in Southern Sudan is very critical because due to the fact that it is raining seasons, it's raining now, and a lot of rain is just come in, and people live in a UNMIS compound, which is a UN compound. Right. And when that rain pour down, a lot of people get really sick. And this is attention that people don't expect it because they didn't prepare for it. They didn't know what they're going to. They prefer to live in their home. But now they are forced because they let everything bind. And that's what the situation in Sudan now is in it. It's a lot of people that are getting diarrhea, cholera disease, and all this kind of thing that's happening right now. It's really critical. And people can imagine living in your tents and you don't go anywhere. And 500,000 people that were put in one place is a big number.
Great.
And it's attract a lot of diseases.
Okay, thank you for that. So those are real challenges for those who are affected by these crises and forced to live in situations which obviously they would ideally wish would end quite quickly and they could return to their former lives. Kumar, I'm going to turn to you to talk a little bit about some of the questions that are coming into us over the Twitter feed. And there's some questions here about going back to this question of the difference between being hosted in an urban environment or being residing within a camp, if you like. And there is questions about what should we be moving towards here? What are we advocating for? The solution to those who are displaced, is it moving towards urban environments? Is it moving towards, yes, we should continue using camps? And for those who do reside in urban environments, what are the issues around rights protection?
I will say overall, the refugees who flee because of violence, that's why they are refugees, because of their identity. Since they did not leave out of choice, they would prefer to go back. So the political solution in a host country should be priority number one. If that's not possible, then the immediate protection will be in the camps. But my only worry about camps is that it's important to protect them. It should not create a dependability. You know, people just sit there, get their food, everything is given, so there is no incentive for them to take control of their life. So I would recommend that a special project should be given to see how they can be transit out of refugee camps, either urban or third country resettlement. When it comes to the urban refugee abuses, we have to find out whether these people have been singled out because they have been refugees, or they are just standard abuses happening because of the ethnicity in a particular country. If they are involved in because they are refugees, then we highlight as a human rights organization, but the responsibility lies with the host country. The security officers, the police officers should make sure they have been protected and not being abused. So our job basically is to highlight and challenge the governments to protect them in an urban setting.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Just to kind of come back to that issue a little bit, I'm wondering whether, you know, when somebody resides in a camp, usually you have quite a structured humanitarian response taking place. You have provision of services. Whereas if you reside in an urban setting, I'm wondering if there are differences or if there are challenges with accessing the kinds of services that should be available to you as a refugee. And I wonder, Ninette, if you could come in and respond to us on that.
Well, of course, there's challenges in both kinds of settings.
Sure.
But in countries, and I'm using Lebanon, it's what I'm familiar with, it's what I'm living now.
Sure.
We coordinate, the UNHCR coordinates the refugee response with over 60 agencies. And we've mapped them out throughout the country. And our job as international agencies and NGOs and local NGOs is to ensure that refugees under our care do have access to services. And I keep harping back on this point, and I must continue to stress it. The refugees get services, the public services, and we're able to invest in the public services which benefit the refugees and the hosting communities alike, which is very important. Refugee camps are also places where we can provide very efficient and structured assistance. And so yes, indeed, in some respects, it's easier for us. But it's also more expensive to set up camps, to run them. And again, the benefits to the local community become a little more challenging because by nature, these are services inside camps. Locals have to come in the camps to access them.
Okay. And I wonder if I could just come back to you on a specific question that arises with a population who are residing in a camp. We know that in political contexts where there are armed conflicts taking place, there can be specific political elements that arise within the camp setting. You have specific challenges, for example, non-armed groups accessing camps and maybe recruiting or forcibly recruiting and abducting young people to come and join their armed forces. Can you give us any examples of where those kinds of issues arise? What kind of challenges present for an agency like the UNHCR and what the response is?
Well, indeed, it's a very big challenge, especially when camps are located close to border areas where that infiltration is more easily obtained. So we always advocate that camps be not close to border areas. We also also advocate that there be appropriate security mechanisms in place, including, this is the responsibility of the hosting government. But indeed, it's a grave challenge for us. I know you're going to be speaking to Andrew Harper, who's a colleague of ours and manages one of the largest refugee camps in the world. So he'll be able to speak very dynamically on that issue.
Great, thank you for that. Kumar, you want to come in very quickly?
I just want to touch on this. It's not only armed groups. If you look at the history of refugee camps, we have also noticed governments taking advantage, foreign governments. Clear example is Afghanistan, Pakistan. When refugees were fleeing the Russian invasion, they were in Pakistan, and there were governments, international governments, I don't want to name the names, they took advantage of them and set up camps there and used as a base to attack guerrilla warfare.
Great, thank you for that point. And that's a key example to remind us of the realities on the ground facing those who are impacted by crises and find themselves living in these environments. So we're going to hold it there for just a moment in terms of our live discussion and transition to a recorded message from the the Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Refugees and Migration, Ms. Anne Richard, and she's going to respond to some questions that the staff of the GRSC posed to her earlier and give us a specific message and to contribute to our conversation here today.
We're here with the Honorable Anne Richards, Assistant Secretary of State for Population, Migration, and Refugees. Anne Richard, thank you for being here. We really appreciate it. We're going to have a short segment that we break into two portions. The first of which we're going to ask questions from our youth volunteer team, and the second portion we've taken questions from social media.
That's great.
So first, you've had a long history of leadership in humanitarianism, ranging from your work on the Council of Foreign Relations to serving as the Vice President of Government Relations and Advocacy for International Rescue Committee. Now that you've spent almost 2 years as the Assistant Secretary, how do you personally define PRM's mission, and what does it mean to you in your day-to-day work here?
Well, the Population, Refugees, and Migration Bureau is a great part of the State Department. We are the humanitarian arm for the Secretary of State. We pursue humanitarian diplomacy, meaning that we reach out to other governments and try to convince them to do the right thing for refugees, displaced people, stateless people around the world. And we also run programs that help provide relief aid to refugees and displaced people around the world. We have a particular focus on the well-being of women and girls in crises, and we also run the world's largest program to resettle refugees in the United States. Last year we brought 70,000 refugees to restart their lives in this country.
All right, and this ties right into our next question. During this Global Refugee Simulation and Conference, which is taking place this weekend, some of our young participants will be engaged in the process of resettlement. What is the process for determining where a refugee is resettled here in the United States?
Well, we have found that refugees are successful throughout the United States, but we do take some steps in advance to ensure that their resettlement experience is more likely to be successful. So if they have any family in the United States, we try to reunite them with their family. If they have particular medical needs or vulnerabilities, such as a disability, we would try to make sure that the community that they were going to had the wherewithal to help them with that. And we also are very much in touch with local governments, with school boards, with community leaders to make sure that they feel that their community can welcome refugees, that there are jobs, and that they are open to bringing in people and giving them a warm welcome.
Wonderful. And you mentioned families, so during this resettlement process, how do we work to keep families together?
Well, family reunification is a tradition of the United States refugee program. The thinking is that if somebody has some relatives in the United States, that can help them get a fresh start here. And so we make that a priority.
All right, well, thank you. We'll be moving on to our next section in just a few minutes, which will be questions from social media.
Great, and welcome back to our live discussion here at the headquarters of the American Red Cross in Washington, D.C., where we're hosting the first global digital conference on refugees and humanitarian crises. We have another panel joining us now, but first we're actually going to make a live stream connection to the ground where these crises are taking place. And I'm delighted to let you know that we have Andrew Harper, who's the UNHCR, the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, representative to the Hashemite Kingdom of Jordan. And Andrew is going to talk to us about the work of his agency on the ground, the critical conditions that they are addressing there, and the situation in Jordan for refugees. Andrew, I welcome you to our discussion, and I wonder if you can come in and give us an overview of your work, what's happening there, and the key issues that you'd like to contribute to our discussion. I'm not sure we can hear Andrew. Just hold on, I think we're fixing some technical difficulties, yeah? Okay, so shall we hold out? Okay, so let's start.
What about now?
We've got it? Okay, so folks, this is live, as you can see. We're working on this as we go.
I'm now wearing the bunny ears just to make it look even more realistic.
Okay, so you're here with us. Great. Andrew, did you hear my question?
I heard your questions to having an overview of the situation in Jordan, the situation with regards to the refugees, and so forth.
There you are. Great. Please go ahead.
Okay, so what we've got in Jordan is actually a mixture. We've probably got about 100,000, 105,000 people in Zatri camp. We've got another 500,000 in the urban environment. And unfortunately what has happened is that Zatri has been the best indicator, or the most visible indicator of the humanitarian disaster that's befitting Syria. And it's a place where we've been able to have many visitors come and visit the camp, many VIPs. I think we've had something like 3,000 in the last 18 months, just to give you an idea of the tremendous profile that Zatri has got. That being said, Zatri only represents about less than 20% of the refugees who are actually in Jordan. What we need to be doing is focusing on the other 80%, because that's where a great deal of the vulnerability is. In regards to the difference between the camps and the urban environment, what we do find is that in the camps, even though it's much more the least desirable solution, we've got a fairly good idea of the protection situation of the population there. We know where the most vulnerable people are. We've got schools, we've got health centres in place. What I'm concerned about is the 80% who are outside of the camp, the women who are living in the basements, the people who are living in sheds in very remote locations, and how do we actually get assistance to this population? Another major consideration when we look at camps versus non-camps is that in the non-camp situation, the vast majority of the costs are actually incurred by the government of Jordan and the people of Jordan. Refugees utilise the healthcare, the water, subsidised food, the electricity, the basic infrastructure. And so this becomes at a huge cost to a country that basically does not have very much in the way of natural resources. Whereas in a refugee camp, most of the costs are incurred by the international community. So Jordan, after the initial influx of about 200,000 people, its communities, particularly in the north of the country, had been really overwhelmed. And in the north of the country, the people there are relatively poor. And with the situation in Syria, the trade links and so forth that they had with Syria and with Europe were also badly disrupted. And so you had a situation in the north of Jordan where you not only had fighting within 10, 15 kilometres of the villages and towns, you had a massive influx of the population that was draining the resources, overwhelming the schools and the hospital centres, but you also had a lot of competition for labour. You had people driving up the prices of accommodation and so forth. And so the government really had no choice but to look at UNHCR and our partners to open up a refugee camp. And Zatri, we were just given 10 days to open it up. And it was fairly rushed. It could have been improved, but it was what we were able to do given the short time frame and the limited resources. Because often what people sort of take for granted is that they just assume the UN agencies and NGOs are fully funded, and they expect us to almost do the impossible. We can't do the impossible with no funding. If you look at where we stand for 2014, the regional response plan is only funded at 16%. And we've got to look after 600,000 people, and we're getting anywhere up to 1,000 people coming in across a night. So we've got 600,000 people who are here at the moment, 100,000 of whom are in a refugee camp. We expect another 200,000 to come through before the end of the year. And the government has asked us to open up another camp at the end of April. And this is based on 16% funding. I should add that BPRM in the US State Department is one of the largest supporters of UNHCR and our partners. And what we have been trying to do is to try and energise particularly the Gulf states and many other donors to contribute much more, because we have responded, I think, in a very effective way so far, but so far is not the end of the crisis. We're seeing a situation where Syria is going to continue to be a mess for many years to come, and this is one of the concerns that Jordan has,
to get some questions
is
going?
how do we maintain the protection space, the assistance, going into 2014, 15, 16 and beyond.
Okay, great. Is that Andrew finished, or the screen has frozen? Do we know which? Andrew, can you hear me?
I can hear you. Can
yeah,
you hear me?
Great, excellent, great. Listen, it's really great to have you with us and to get that real on-the-ground experience into our conversation here. As you know, the American Red Cross held the world's largest refugee simulation yesterday, and that's basically the impetus for today's conference. And we had over 500 people experience what it might be like to be a refugee and what it might be like to be displaced and have to find resources and find refuge and find a way to settle and find a way of life. And you've really elucidated for us some of the realities of the situation in Jordan. And we're getting a lot of questions in on our Twitter feed, and one of the things that people are asking is that, what is it like to actually run an operation for you? So could you talk to us a little bit about the practicalities of responding to a refugee crisis? Many people who are watching and listening today have never worked in those kinds of environments or might be considering doing so. They want to know a little bit about what it actually involves in a day-to-day sense practically for you. How do you go about creating an operation that responds to this magnitude of crisis?
Well, every day is different to start with, and while I'm talking on behalf of UNHCR here, we can't do it alone. You had the world's largest simulation yesterday, but what we're seeing in Syria is actually the world's largest refugee crisis. And Nanette quite rightly mentioned that she's got about 60 partners that are operating inside in Lebanon. Across the board, there must be close to 100 if you look at the overall partners that we've got, and this includes the NGOs, the INGOs who are probably participating there, UNICEF, WFP, WHO. But most importantly, our key partner is the government of Jordan, the people of Jordan. And if you look at what my day involved today, we went up to Zartri camp. We looked at the current situation because it's full. We met with...
Do I finish Andrew and go to gender? He stays.
And from the Swiss, we then went up, met with the border guards in regards to talking how we can improve the flow of refugees moving them away from the border to safety. We've been talking to the Ministry of Interior today about how to ensure there's more effective protection, documentation for refugees, and that was just on the refugee in the camp side. But we've also got a massive requirement to improve our effectiveness in getting support and protection to the refugees in the urban environment. So we're talking to the World Bank today. We're talking to the Ministry of Social Development. So there's a lot of things which we do on a daily basis to encompass the whole gambit of refugee protection, because most importantly, we also need to be with the refugees and to ensure that the most vulnerable being assessed. So it's hard to sort of quantify or describe what we do on a daily basis, because just within UNHCR, we've got a team of 600 people who are going out every day helping refugees. Then you've got the NGOs and the other UN agencies. So everyone is a critical cog in the wheel to protect the refugees in Jordan.
Thank you for that, Andrew. That gives us a real picture of what it's like and what your day-to-day is like. We have a tweet here that I'd like to share with you and wonder if you could respond based on your experience. This comes from @Bulmani, and the tweet reads, "I once lived in an IDP camp and a refugee camp. Based on my own experience, IDP is way worse compared to refugee camp. Can Andrew talk about this?" Now, Andrew, obviously you're an observer, you're an international aid worker working in this context, but I wonder, could you offer some commentary on this experience by this person that is sharing this experience with us?
Well, I wasn't in the camps that the person's referring to, but and every, as Ned I think also mentioned, every camp is different, every environment is different. The first point of reference is the commitment of the government of the host state to provide the necessary protection. In many situations, IDPs have trouble finding protection from the host government because they may not necessarily be on having a similar view of the government. Access is obviously a difficult situation as well. We're seeing that in Syria at the moment. I think in many situations when we go up to the border and we basically bring people across the border with the Jordanian armed forces, it's a terrible situation because we're helping refugees come across, but at the same time we know that we can actually help them. They're protected. We know that children can then go to school, they can get access to health care. We can provide them with the services which we can't actually do in many places in IDP situation because of lack of access. The ability of agencies to provide support in a refugee camp comes down to a number of basic indicators. One is the position of the host government. Are they supportive? The next one is money. Do we have the necessary resources to provide what is required by the refugees? Do we have access to this to the refugees? And what is the agencies? What is the ability of the agencies, our partners, to come forward to support UNHCR and the government provide the necessary protection and assistance? So we're fortunate in Jordan because apart from the fact that Jordan doesn't have very much water and resources, it is an extremely generous country. It's an extremely hospitable country. Despite already having to cope with hundreds of thousands of Iraqis and millions of Palestinians, it's still keeping its border open. Donors up until this point have been quite generous, although we're very concerned about 2014, 2015. We've got access to the camps, we've got access to the border, again, a demonstration of the good relationship between us and the government. And there's a lot of good agencies who are working on the ground here. And so that's contributing to, I think, quite an effective response.
Thank you, Andrew. It's been really, really wonderful to have you involved in our discussion here today, and I'd like to thank you for taking the time to contribute. Unfortunately, we have to leave it there and move on to our next topic, but it's been invaluable to hear the reality from the ground and hear about your work there, so thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Great, and best of luck and stay safe. Okay, so we are going to move on to our third topic, and the topic is the issue of gender and gender equality and other kinds of key issues that impact on demographics and people who are impacted by crises. And we're going to have our interactive panel discussion here again and look at this issue in terms of the practice and policy and what it means to consider and look at gender issues. Again, I encourage all of you who are watching to send in your tweets, your comments, your questions. We have some new panel members who are joining us now and will share their expertise on these matters. We know that gender issues are fundamental to understanding how our societies operate, how relations between men and women play out in our regular societies before a crisis might erupt. But there's a consideration and a growing acknowledgement within humanitarian aid that gender is a matter that requires consideration in how we understand crises, how we understand the impact of crises on men, women, boys and girls, and how we go about responding to their needs and rights in these contexts. So I'm going to turn to Berta from UN Women, and I think, Berta, if you could share with us a little bit of an explanation or an examination of why gender actually matters. We're talking about a crisis, a conflict, a natural disaster. Some people will say that, well, gender has nothing to do with this. This is about rights violations, this is about people moving, this is about food, water, etc. Why are you talking about gender? Could you tell us why gender matters when it comes to understanding humanitarian crises?
Absolutely. Why gender matters? It matters very much because what gender itself is exactly looking at the needs and the rights of people affected by the crisis, by their own gender belonging, and where they do actually fit in the broader society or social group they belong to. And when we talk about gender, we talk about women, men, boys, and girls, which are in a most traditional way the definition of the members of this social group. It matters because if we were to really respond effectively to an humanitarian situation of those affected population, we need to know and realize that what are the pressing needs, because those crises affect women, boys, girls, and men in different ways, and the responses to them should be as well adequate by actually their own diversity. Therefore, gender analysis is super important to have an effective humanitarian action response. And what gender analysis means is by realizing that what are the vulnerabilities, what are the strengths, as well as what are the risks that women, girls, boys, and men are facing with regards to a particular disaster or crisis.
Great, thank you for that, Berta. I think it's quite clear how this issue comes into play and why it should be considered. Christy, I wonder if I could turn to you to explore this issue a little bit more in depth. One of the challenges that arises when we start talking about gender issues is that it becomes conflated with the idea of women and then women and children. And we've had a tweet that's come in that's talked about what it means to actually address gender, and that okay, on one hand, it might be necessary to address the specific vulnerability of women and children, but there's an additional question about whether we're missing something here, whether we're conflating too narrowly a focus on this population. Will it marginalize men? What does it do if we misunderstand what gender might actually mean in practice?
Absolutely, and this has actually become more of an issue recently, as we've seen the fact that many refugees, particularly in the Congo, for example, obviously women face sexual violence, issues of sexual violence quite commonly. Rape and even the notion of re-rape has become sort of a common term that we now understand. But what we've also seen is that men frequently are subjects of sexual violence and experience this. But there are not places in which they can talk about it, safe places, psychological and medical services that are particularly targeted for men. And because of the cultural norms, it's very difficult for them to open up and admit that maybe an instance of sexual violence has occurred. We've even seen that some international NGOs or local NGOs receive funding from either the nonprofit world or the foundations to provide services for women specifically who have faced sexual violence, but specifically exclude men from those services. And this is particularly dangerous because then it creates a large gap for the men who have faced these issues. And again, while women are the predominant group that are facing these issues, and there's all sorts of social stigma, economic effects. Spouses might leave them, their families might shun them, some pretty terrible effects on women. Many of those same things happen to men that experience sexual violence because in their culture they are seen as the strong male provider and the head of the household, and once they've experienced sexual violence, that cultural connotation is often stripped from them. And so because they suffer obviously the physical and psychological effects of sexual violence and may not receive the treatment that they need in order to heal, both physically and psychosocially, they have drastic needs that are not met.
Thank you for that, Christy. I'm going to turn now to a new panelist, Kristen Peck, who is from the Department of Migration and Refugee Services at the United States Conference of Catholic Bishops. We've had a tweet come in, Kristen, and I wonder if you could respond to it. It's from @thelatest.ep, and the tweet reads, "How do conditions and treatments of female and child refugees differ between camp and urban environments. Which one is more safe? So we're going back to that conversation we had just previously about the environments that refugees find themselves in. And for women, boys and girls, what does it mean? What difference does it make that if they are positioned within a camp or situated within an urban environment in terms of security and safety?
I think that's a great question, and I appreciate that distinction between the experience in an urban environment and a refugee camp. And I don't think I can speak to which is more safe. I think they both present different challenges. Certainly in a refugee camp, there is access to protection through UNHCR and its implementing partners. There is a process for registration. For children, there's a process for best interest assessments and determinations, which are assessments conducted to determine a best interest, whether that be repatriation, whether that be integration into the community, whether that be family reunification, or whether that be resettlement to another country. In an urban setting, identification of vulnerable populations is more challenging. It requires more onus on UNHCR and implementing partners to do outreach to identify these populations. These populations are often hidden in urban settings. They may be victims of domestic violence. They may be enforced marriages. Children may be forced into situations where they're street beggars. And so the ability for them to access protection is made more challenging, certainly if they're in an urban setting, I would think. However, a refugee camp, the unique challenges that may be presented could include traffickers recruiting children, preying on children for forced marriage, sexual abuse of women and girls, forced conscription, of boys into organized criminal groups. And so I think that both settings pose unique challenges, and what's most necessary is increasing identification and outreach to identify these populations and improving their access to protection.
Great, thank you for that. I'd like us to respond now to a couple of tweets that are coming in. So we have one from @orgreenwood1234. And the tweet is, in Zatari, how can people realistically improve gender relations to decrease domestic violence and the number of child marriages? Blurta, I wonder if you could respond to that in terms of UN Women's work and your own experiences on the ground.
Absolutely. I mean, I would like to thank you, the tweeter, for this very important question, because UN Women has been working from the day one when the camp was opening together with colleagues from UNHCR in really addressing and looking at the vulnerabilities of women and girls, in particular with regards to the issues of gender-based violence, including domestic violence, as well as exposure to early and child marriage. And what can be done? One thing that I would like to very much highlight in support to what Andrew said earlier, that while Zatari is hosting 100,000 refugees, there are another 500,000 residing in the host community. So those issues of domestic violence and early marriage are both for risks that face both the ones in the refugee camp and in urban areas. What can be done is that a lot of work is being put together in terms of increasing the awareness of the issues and risks of the domestic violence, as well as the awareness of the risks with regards to health issues, as well as right abuse with regards to early marriage. But what is most importantly, that together with the government of Jordan, as well as with all humanitarian partners, we are working in addressing the underlying causes of the early marriage. And one study that we have done last year revealed that the underlying causes is the economic vulnerability that the families are facing in conditions as refugees, and therefore addressing this by an early marriage or by a child labor in a current positions as refugees in order to improve their economic well-being. So these are the major underlying causes where UN Women is focusing its work by bridging both humanitarian interventions and development programming, by addressing these longer term issues that have been that the refugees in Syria unfortunately are bringing with them, because those issues in Syria of early marriage are coming to light now, but they have existed for generations in Syria and they still exist. So just to give you one example is that the legal age for marriage for a girl in Syria is 17 years old compared to 18 that is in Jordan. And the families are facing a prolonged refugee situation with, as Andrew said, we have like what, 16, 17% of the appeal funded, which means that people have to find coping mechanisms and apply those negative coping mechanisms by precisely pushing towards the early child marriage or child labor that is equally important and a very spread phenomena. So therefore, together we have to work to address those underlying causes in order to be able to stop those phenomena from happening.
Great, thank you, Berta. I think that's a pretty comprehensive response to that tweet. I'd like to invite Kathleen Selenik now to join our conversation. Kathleen is the Director of Restoring Family Links here at the American Red Cross. I wonder if you could talk to us a little bit about your work working with families. And we've had a couple of tweets come in that are really asking the question about restoring, I suppose, the connections between families and children that get separated in times of crises. We have one from Mrs. Serves that asks, how do unaccompanied minors access protection? Also, what parts of the world have most unaccompanied children, and how do we go about addressing this issue? I wonder if you could respond to those tweets in the context of talking about the work of the American Red Cross on these issues.
Great, thank you. Thanks for the tweets about unaccompanied children. Obviously, children can become much more vulnerable when they're not protected by their families. We know that children really rely on their family units and their neighbors to take care of them, and they are one of the most vulnerable populations. And when they are separated from their families, the need to try to reconnect them, or at least find a way for them to be in communication with their families, is direly important. At the refugee simulation yesterday, the participants were exposed to this type of separation through the simulation, where some of them were torn apart from their families and were able to access the types of services that might be available in a camp through the Red Cross. One service is able to write a Red Cross message. So the Red Cross will often have a family news tent in refugee camps, and refugees may be able to make phone calls or write handwritten letters to their relatives. And that's really adds to peace of mind, being able to communicate with your family about where you are and what's happening, being able to make a phone call to ask about another relative to find out if they're all right, and just being able to get that emotional support that family offers. Now, when children are separated, you can understand that it's much more grave than when adults are, because they don't have as many coping skills and they are exposed to a lot more vulnerabilities. So children, obviously, when they are separated, are registered by agencies that look to help them. And for the children, being able to be in communication with their parents or even another relative can really offer that emotional support and provide a sense of comfort and reassurance.
Great, thank you for that response. What I'd like to do is raise the issue of violence that specifically is experienced by women and girls in times of conflict. We've touched on different forms of violence like domestic violence, child marriage, etc., that might get captured under the terminology gender-based violence. But we know, and we touched on it a little bit earlier in our discussion this morning, that women and girls may be subjected to specific forms of sexual violence, for example, as part of conflict tactics. And Christy, I wonder if you could come in and talk to us a little bit about this. We had a discussion already this morning about how the international legal framework is there, it's in place, sometimes it's failing. There are gaps in terms of implementation and providing protections to those civilians who are caught up in armed conflict. I wonder, could you give us some of the basics of what the international legal framework offers to women and girls who may be vulnerable to being targeted for sexual violence? What's in place? What are the gaps? And why are we seeing continuing sexual violence targeted at women and girls?
Absolutely. The Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols actually do offer some protection for women. One of the, maybe this is a personal pet peeve of mine, but the language in which those protections were written in 1949 and then again in 1977. And so the terms regarding protection are couched with words like honor and indecent assault, which are value-laden terms. And again, it's wonderful that the protections are actually written into the Geneva Conventions and the additional protocols. But I think it's important that we recognize that language may need to be updated, because
by putting a value-laden term such as honor or indecent assault on the physical attack that happens to a woman, whether it's rape, sexual assault, early marriage, and many, many, many other forms, sexual slavery, etc., that occur, the value then is placed on what on the construct of that violence rather than on the physical effect of that violence. And so I think it's important that we shift the terminology and focus more on the fact that this was a physical assault rather than assaulting, you know, an ethereal thing like such as honor, because that can be construed in many different ways. And I know Berta probably has some additional thoughts on that as well.
Sure, yeah. I mean, we have just about half a minute left, Berta, if you wanted to come in and add anything to that. And particularly around, we had a tweet come in about the role of religion, and I suppose the broader issues about perceptions that may come within our societies about issues such as sexual violence and the stigma that women might experience and be attributed to as a result of being raped as part of conflict tactics. Could you very briefly talk to us about what is that about? What can we do to tackle it?
I mean, it's a fact that the rape and sexual assault is the underreported type of violence of the most violences. And the reasons are the stigma, is the taboo, is the patriarchal society where an individual that is raped lives in, but as well as the level of services that exist actually to address and to be referred to. So in a society or in a community where you do not have services either from the medical perspective or legal perspective that would address, in addition to the combined factors of taboo and stigma, there will be no reporting of such situation. I give you an example. In northern Iraq, in Erbil, there have been a few cases of rape, but there is not enough medical personnel actually to even go and address and diagnose and go through this process. In addition, there is the issue of ethics, confidentiality, and the protection around being able to go to refer this particular case, but at the same time, what would be the measures for the person to be protected and to be confidential? So even if you have your own courage to get on and to report, then comes the issue of confidentiality, the issue of legal recourse that can be actually protecting this particular person, and is the national legislations as well recognizing that this is actually a crime and the perpetrators will be put into the right place. So these are a lot of issues with this very important.
Thank you, Berta. I think we've had a good picture there from our panelists and from the tweets that you've been sending in about the importance of considering gender equality issues when we try and understand the impacts of armed conflicts and crises on populations, and how we go about understanding how we should respond better, and that gender is an integral and crucial element of how we go about making considered responses to the needs of those affected by armed conflict. So we're going to draw this panel to an end, and it's coming time for me to sign off, and what I'd like to do is just note that there are a whole team of staff behind the Global Refugee Simulation Conference who are working away in the background here. They're using cutting-edge technology called Radian 6 to interact with our digital global audience. I would like to thank them for all of their hard work today and to fielding those questions that you're sending in here to us here in our conversation, and just to recognize all of the hard work that's going on in the background here. As we continue our conference, I'd like to encourage you all to keep interacting, keep sending in your questions, and thinking about these issues in critical ways, and challenging our panelists about their role and about their expertise. We're going to take a look right now at a film that shows you some of the highlights from the simulation yesterday. And after the topic, you're going to have a new moderator. It's going to be Jane Zimmerman from the American Red Cross, and she's going to be looking at the consequences of humanitarian aid. So I'd like to thank all of our panelists for their participation this morning in our first segment. I'm going to hand over to Jane, and meanwhile, if you have a look at this video clip of the wonderful simulation that took place yesterday, hosted by the American Red Cross. Thank you.
Yo! Ladies and gentlemen, I'm gonna need everyone off this bus in 2 minutes. I need some hustle. I need to see you move right now. Right now, let's go. Hustle up and stay quiet. Keep it moving, keep it moving. Let's go, let's go, let's go. Show me some hustle, please. In the back, let's go. I'm gonna need more hustle. We are in a conflict zone. Move it, move it, move it. Let's go, boys, wrap it up. Let's move it!
Y'all got some tokens? What do the tokens represent?
Dignity.
Yes, and your sense of self, your sense of autonomy, right? Did anyone lose any of their tokens? You did? Okay. And how did that make you feel?
I had no choice at that point. So they said that I either surrender my travel documents, passport, or I surrender my quote-unquote dignity, whatever it is.
So you gave up your dignity?
Well, I said, what if I just walk around here? And then they said, you know,
I have a gun?
I have a gun, basically. So
yeah. Exactly.
Sticking to character. You know, that's what.
I'm glad you did that.
Yeah.
Yeah. I heard that they told you guys to like not give up your tokens. I'm not quite sure why they did that, because in reality, do you think refugees have a choice? No. Right? The tokens were meant to be a way to symbolize how refugees don't have control over their own lives and their own autonomy. And it can be something like being separated from your family, right? That can be a loss of part of you, who you are. Not being able to work and support yourself, that's a loss of dignity. And then of course the sexual and gender-based violence, as I mentioned, which is a huge problem, is part of that. And unfortunately it's very prevalent, and people who experience that don't have a choice. So you all except for you got to keep your coins, and that's great, but in reality know that that's not really a choice. Yeah.
Also along with that is interesting. I almost stole some money from the rebels because they took some of our money, and then I would pass by their camp and I was like, oh, there's money, and they're harassing the other people. And so it's funny, I would never do that. You know, I would never steal in my regular life, but it's interesting how my character would change in a different situation, and then that can be a loss of self in itself too.
Wow, really good point. Yeah, yeah. You never know how you're going to react in a situation until you're in it, right? And
there's a lot of confusion, like, oh, is this morally right? But is what's happening to me morally right? So am I justified? And so it's just like a lot of just being up in the air. And so I mean, I feel like despite all of the sort of glitches or whatnot or the glitches in like the sort of disparity between reality and like, the actual simulation. Despite that, I think what really came through was most importantly the sense of confusion, not knowing what's going to happen to you next, like just not having a clue, right? Not being in control, not having a clue where to go, who to talk to, you know, what you should do with other people. The fact is there aren't rules in real life when things go awry, you know. It just happens. And so we were like wondering, like, should we, you know, stay back with the big group, or should we go ahead and just get there? And it was like, who do I talk, you know, there was no one to ask, because that's how it is.
No, you can go, she has to stay. So. Go ahead. Bored?
Carrying any valuables?
How old are you?
What's in here?
So, how old are you?
What is this for?
Definitely to fix some shoes. Backpack?
Hurry up! fucking moving. Where the fuck do you think we're going? Where the fuck do you think we're going? We're going? Let's go! Hands up! Papers out! Now! Hands up! Hurry up! Tighten it up! Let's go! Hands up! Move it! One line, not two! Let's go! One line! One line! Get in line! Keep those hands up! Passports out! Move it!
You will not look at me! Look forward! Look forward! Where's your point? I want your token.
Close this fucking gap here! On his ass! I can't even pronounce this name. What is that? Passport. Get out of the line, Samuel. Let's go! Stop laughing!
My name is Jacqueline.
Jacqueline, when were you born?
Hands up! Keep those fucking hands up!
Take your shit, I don't want this. Look forward! Look forward!
Who has money and food?
Give me your passport. What's your name?
Chris.
Chris, I want your money.
I don't have any money.
I want your tokens. I want something. You will give me something.
I know you don't want
I don't care about your baby. Turn around. I don't give a shit.
Your name?
What is this?
Logan.
Logan
what? Logan. Trader. Step aside. I don't ask for money.
Where's your money? Where's your tokens? I don't care. I want your tokens. Matter of fact, I like the fact that you're 17. I want your tokens. I want your tokens. But I want your money. Get to the back of the line. Now.
You have money. I don't have money. What is it? This is money.
I want your money.
My dad has all my money.
Where's your dad?
My dad's up there.
Where's your dad? Let's go get your dad. Come on. Where's your dad? Where's your dad? No. Come here. Where's your dad?
What about those? Let me see that passport. Doesn't matter who. Huh? Let me see it right there. Anyone got a token they want to give up? How about you tell me your name? You guys have tokens you want to give us? I'm not hungry. Tokens? I'm not hungry. And what is the color of the crest? This entire group is not
Trader,
leaving.
step aside.
Holy crap, you got three of them. $1. Okay, value your food? Or come over. You value your food? Hands up. Hurry up! No money. It costs money at the border, too, you know. Give me tokens.
If you have money, I want the shit. If you have tokens, I want them. If you have food, I want it.
Don't go anywhere. That all day, get back in line. Get your and line. Take 5 steps forward. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Stop.
Combien? Le nom. Votre nom?
Sam.
Pourquoi voulez-vous venir à Rima? Pourquoi?
Our case was mishandled, or whatever happened. We're the UNHCR, which is who we're supposed to feel the most comfortable with. Was like, well, why do you have these already? Like, we don't do that. And I was like, well, even if we did, what does that mean? Like, why? We can't be bad because we're seeking help from you.
And do you think your own experiences from today could actually relate to a real refugee?
I think I'm a fraction of anything that's felt today. Like I was uncomfortable and cold in the rain, and to think that I'm only doing this for 6 hours versus years, months, whatever, like I think that was a lot to comprehend at the end. I realized like I was tired and cold and scared and a little hungry, and that's nothing compared. Yeah.
So what was the most difficult part of today?
I think the most difficult part was honestly building the shelter in the rain and trying to organize that, because none of us were engineers and none of us knew how to hammer 2 poles together, but it was difficult to coordinate that. And I also think it was like walking through the rebel groups was really tough emotionally. I had a coin taken away, so it was very like It was a lot more than I thought, which was good.
Empowered the whole day, like we had no control over our circumstances, and then suddenly we were like handed nails and a hammer, and it was like actually really exciting to be empowered with agency for once the entire day.
So this is the medical tent. After the refugees check in at registration tent, they come here and we check if they have any health concerns, and we also ask them how many tokens they have. The doctors, they check if they have any serious medical concerns, give vaccinations, give other recommendations. After which, if the families have if they need to reunite with their families, they go to that tent over there.
I'm going to let you know about 3 diseases that we're worried about. So the first being measles. Now, measles spreads through children more often, so they're more susceptible to measles, and they get these white rashes around their mouth and inside their mouth. So what I want you to do, if somebody has a white rash around or inside their mouth, fever and headache, send them here. If you start to notice a lot of people around you are developing these symptoms, come here and get a vaccination. Okay, we have vaccinations, we don't have enough for everybody. Okay. Second, so measles was first. Second is tuberculosis. So for
we looking for them.
We were looking for Ariane, who was a lost family.
But the thing is, what we did is we stayed off the road and stayed away from other groups. We actually let other groups go in front of us to see what would happen to them, and then we would bypass that while they were taking advantage.
But we did it in as heroic a way as possible.
Yeah. I mean, we were out here to survive.
All right. So, what is the purpose of this tent?
So, people who are missing their family members, we help to trace them, hopefully with a physical reconnection, but we also do messages back and forth, letting people know that they made it to the tent and that they are safe enough.
And how many people have come looking for their families?
So far, about 15 or so. 15, about 3 or 4 families have come by.
And have you successfully located their families for them, or are there still issues?
They're still early yet, so we're hoping to get people.
Can I have your name, please?
I am Logan, and I'm trying to find my family in Syriana. Their names are Jeswal, London, and Mariana. Please, just find. We are in the refugee camps in. You can just call ICRC. They're gonna find us. Just find us. We have the documents. Just come get us, please.
Welcome to our camp. Thank you. It's been a long way.
My name's Elizabeth.
Long
I'm a
journey.
journalist with International
thank you.
Press. We're hoping that we could talk to you about your journey.
Registration.
And at the end, when they put us in a meeting, and they told us to discuss like what's our concern and what do we like to do and to have a delegate, do they do this? I was really impressed, honestly, surprised and impressed. I didn't know that they do this. I thought they just, take care of them, to shelter them, to give them food and medication, and that's it. So do they do this for me?
This idea of having community involvement, I mean, that's something fairly standard in a refugee setting, and particularly in camp settings where you have large groups of people together, and it's very important to have the community involved in discussions. So it's heartening to hear you say that you found that positive and encouraging. In a real-life refugee situation, that it has that same effect, but it can sometimes turn to frustration, because you have a lot of community meetings where people are discussing their fears, their concerns, their wants, their needs, and then inevitably there's always going to be kind of a disconnect between the available resources and what people's expectations are. So then it can lead to tensions, because community meetings, they can raise expectations. And you guys, you came through this exercise. You did like the whole flight and arriving in a camp, like that whole life cycle of a refugee setting in a couple of hours. But, in real life settings, you could be living in camps like that for a very long time.
Yes.
Director for International Policy and External Affairs here at the American Red Cross. Welcome. As we discussed this morning, the first annual Global Refugee Simulation and Conference seeks to excite, inspire, and educate youth and people around the world about refugee issues. This event was planned entirely by university students and young professionals. It hopes to reach a similar audience here online. As we begin discussion, please tweet your questions to @GRSC 2014 using the hashtag GRSC, Global Refugee Simulation and Conference. Throughout the program, we welcome viewers' questions related to the topic at hand, and these topics may be found at grSC2014.org. This morning, our subject matter experts discuss several topics, and these can be found in the sidebar to the right of your screen. But first, let me introduce who is joining us here today. We have here on my left, Michel Gaboudin from Refugees International, president of Refugees International, who's up here early on a Sunday morning to take part in this. I'd also like to introduce Manyang Reith-Kerr, the founder and CEO of Humanity Helping Sudan. Manyang is also a refugee who's lived the experience, spending 13 years in various refugee camps before he was resettled here to the United States. And I'm proud that we can also call him a citizen of the United States. I'd also like to welcome Nanette Kelly, who is the head of delegation of the UN High Commissioner for Refugees in Lebanon. So with that, let me also conclude before we move on to the questions about giving a shout out to the tremendous support we received from a number of partner organizations in order to make yesterday's simulation possible. UNHCR, UN High Commissioner for Refugees, did a phenomenal job. And I think we all learned yesterday how well the Red Cross movement and family work together with our UN family, our United Nations family. I also really have to thank the International Committee for the Red Cross. You all had a chance to meet Francois Stam already a bit this morning. But ICRC, I hope you've learned a bit more about their role, and again, the invaluable contributions they and other civil society organizations made to yesterday's simulation and today's conference. I'll be talking a little bit more about them later. But with that, let me start with our first question. Nanette, can you tell me more about what the UN High Commissioner for Refugees does? What is its role with refugees? And where does it get its authority from?
Well, the United Nations High Commissioner for Refugees is mandated by the UN General Assembly to lead the refugee response. We have a mandate to provide protection, assistance, and durable solutions for refugees. So, for example, when refugees flee conflict areas in their home countries and they go to another country, international refugee law kicks into place and we gear up. But we do it with our partners. We couldn't do it alone, and we are working in Lebanon, for example, with 60 different partners, 60 different UN agents, which include UN agencies, international and national NGO partners, and I'm very proud to say also the Red Cross family.
Terrific. So you really depend on not just local but also international civil society organizations, but particularly that local ownership of responding to a
In fact, we do
crisis.
everything in partnership with the government and with local NGOs and local community-based organizations and civil society. That only makes sense. They know their country governments have the authority, of course, and the responsibility to protect refugees in their territories, but also governments and local organizations know their country. They very much provide leadership and guidance to us, and we provide the technical expertise that we've learned by being operational all around the world, and the resources, we try to marshal resources and also lead a very coordinated response that will allow refugees to be registered, to respond to their individual needs, to receive food, shelter, healthcare, education, and also to try to look for solutions for them either when it's time to go back home, to help them return back home in safety and in dignity, or to be resettled to other countries, including, for example, here in the United States.
Well, let me talk a little bit with Michelle here. Michelle, you represent a civil society organization with Refugees International. How do you see the role of civil society, both internationally and locally, in terms of addressing refugee and humanitarian issues?
Well, there are two aspects to the role of civil society. One is those who implement programs, and the UN could not work without the partners they have among the NGO community. Traditionally, it has been mostly through the international NGOs, but increasingly, countries which suffer displacement have also a budding civil society in some countries that have become quite competent, and now they are becoming a resource and perhaps not enough utilized and not enough addressed in our international programs. The second role of the civil society is that of advocacy, which is what we do, which is to really talk about these issues with politicians, with congressmen, at the UN, with delegations from different member states, to try to make sure that these issues, particularly those who tend to be swept under the carpet, keep being alive. I mean, I can mention one, for example, right now, the Congo has left everybody's mind, and it remains a dramatic place of displacement. And I think this is where civil society is useful in reminding people that there is an emergency down there that has not been addressed sufficiently, and please keep your eyes open.
And do you think there are any other countries that maybe haven't even entered people's minds? I'm thinking of Central African Republic.
Yes, well, the Central African Republic, I think, is entering, to their credit. Some very senior American diplomats have made sure that it would be raised. The problem right now, what I see, is that the international treasury is becoming very, very tight to address all these emergencies. And therefore, despite all the drama that we know is developing in the Central African Republic, there are two issues. One, we're not quite sure what to do, because the country is completely delinquent. And the second, the people who are trying to do something down there are grossly underfunded. And this is something where, again, civil society can, by keeping the issue alive, try to make sure that appropriators will pay attention to these crises that are developing without attention.
Great, and I think we will come back in a little while to talk about how young people and our audience, young or old, can get involved to make a difference, particularly through civil society and the kind of advocacy work that Refugees International does. But now I want to talk to Manyang, because Manyang actually lived the refugee experience. Manyang, can you tell us a little bit about your life?
Wow, I have a long life, but to make it short, I am original from Sudan. But at a very young age, I was supposed to move and go to refugees camps. We become a group of children that was known as the Lost Boy of Sudan. So about 20,000 children. So we go to refugees camps, and we are Sudanese by definition, but we become a part Ethiopian and part Sudanese and part culture in our camp. So we live there. I lived there for 13 years, and we become.
How old were you when you became a refugee?
I was 4.
4 years old when you became a refugee?
Yeah.
And did you leave with your family, or did you leave by yourself, or with?
I live by myself. I live, well, you would call it a group. They have something called Red Habano or Serve the Children's. This is where they put all the group of children at, and the refugees camp, they taking care of them. It's not just me. There was a lot of children. There's over 27,000 children. So
207,000 children without their parents,
without home, without shelter. They journalists come with a name called Lost Boy. The main Lost Boy is that they lost everything: home, education, all this kind of things. Some people don't even know their names since it's become difficult for them. So, and that's where I lived there for 13 years in Ethiopia. So
you grew up from the age of basically 4 to 17 as a refugee, living in refugee camps.
Yeah. And then in 2005, I come to US. And then it was harder for me to transitional, because even though I'm from Sudan, I only know part of Sudan a little bit life, and then part of my Ethiopian life, and part of my refugees life. So when I come here, everything was tricky for me, because I'm trying to learn American culture. It was never easy for me. I will never forget one Saturday when I come here in America. I joined the school and I run tracks, and when I come, one of my friends invited me to come run with her. And in America, I didn't know the culture. So when we running, she say, before we warm up, she get her air out, and she pull everything, and she say, do I look good? And I say, no. But I mean that when I say no, I mean that she can fall. But in America, you can't say that, because it's offended. And you kind of lie, you kind of get a lie about this kind of thing, because you kind of say, yeah, you look, your hair look good and all this kind of thing, you look pretty. I didn't know that, but I thought she was honestly asking me how she really looked. And the next day, when everybody asks me, I'm trying to learn that experience. So people ask me, do I look good? I say, yeah, and trying to learn the culture.
So Manyang,
yeah.
How do I look?
You look, you look good. You look pretty. You look.
Keep going, keep going. Clearly you've learned a lot about American culture since you came here in 2005.
Yeah.
But how did you even get to the United States from a refugee camp in Ethiopia after leaving your home in Sudan?
It took 3 organizations to help me. It's Catholic Charities, UNHCR, American Red Cross. UNHCR helped me from the refugees camp, and then they kind of put me over to Catholic Charities. And then when I come here, I had a relation with American Red Cross since I was very young, because they are the one who run my case all over. They try to talk about my family, all this since 1997. And that's how I become know about the American Red Cross. And I call it ICRC then, because that's what I know. And then 2005, up to 21 years, they find my mother, and they connect me with her. It was a big, amusing thing I ever see.
What was your mother's reaction when she heard from you?
She just cried. She cried and killed chicken, goat, and all this kind of things. She killed a lot of things, and it was crazy. I didn't know, but yeah.
Yeah, to give thanks.
Yeah.
And what was your reaction when you were able to finally talk with your mother, not having had contact with her since you were 4 years old?
Well, it's a lot of things. You know, I personally didn't cry as my mother was, but that was it. That was the whole time I was looking for my parent the whole time, and my mother was alive, and I struggled that much. You know, it was a lot of things that, you know, I can't say to these online people over here, because some of those become personal to me. So yeah, it was crazy experience that it's personal experience, I would say that. Yeah.
I understand.
Yeah.
But can you tell us a little bit about this organization you've established, speaking of civil society, the Humanity Helping Sudan Project, which also has a website of humanityhelpingsudan.org.
Yeah, the Human Helping Sudan, from the beginning, we talk about the land right issue that happened all over Africa before, and we want to create awareness for the refugees. Specifically, we work in Sudan and Ethiopia, and that's what our main goal were. There was a problem because people, when they're moving back to Sudan, they don't know where they're located. So we try and help them with the land issue and all this kind of thing, all the paper that's going on. But we want to also create awareness about 2 million people that was like murdered and killed before. But now we find ourselves, we thought we have enough war, but now we find ourselves having war ourselves. Half a million people, as we speak this hour, they are in UNMISS compound in Juba, which is like everybody was put in like a concentration camp, and that's where they live at. So that's why I want everybody to come involved and help Sudan and help those people move from Juba to somewhere they can be safe, like maybe take them to Ethiopia where they don't feel threat, and somewhere like Kenya, or basically Ethiopia is more neutral right now, where the people who like to go. Yeah. So if they have a place where people who are concentrated in Juba and take them there, it would be really great things that people could do for people of Sudan. Yeah.
Great. Well, we'll talk a little bit more about some of those issues, but for right now, we're going to help everyone understand how our event yesterday simulated refugee camp life. And we'd like to show our audience a few clips about the global refugee simulation yesterday out at Bull Run. Please remember to tweet at GRSC 2014. But actually, let's first talk a little bit more about the role of civil society. And Michelle, it looks like we have some questions here online. So our first question comes from Carly Nuttall. Let's see, what options are open to humanitarian organizations when access is limited or cut off from a conflict? So Nanette, Michelle, I invite either of you to respond to that.
Go ahead.
Well, it has become one of the most challenging issues for the humanitarian community. The whole humanitarian system was born after the Second World War and basically honed itself during the Cold War, when the parties to conflict all had some claim to respectability, and therefore they were accessible. You could make representation. Today, most of the actors of conflict, apart from governments, are non-state actors who have no concern about what the rest of the world may think. And if I want to take an example, you know, I was very much involved in the Central American conflict and peace processes. In these days, if the different guerrillas, Nicaragua, Salvador, or Guatemala, would try to recruit children from refugee camps, we knew where to find them in Mexico City or in other places. We knew which Western countries had relationship with them. We would make representation, and that would stop. Today, Al-Shabaab or the Taliban or all these groups don't care. So there is no access. The second thing is, of course, they see the humanitarian community as part of the Western world, which they challenge, and it's very difficult to break that image. We try in some organizations, and I think the Red Cross is ahead of other organizations in that, try to negotiate somehow access with these groups, but there we get into tremendous difficulties because most of these groups are on the terror lists of the governments that fund the humanitarian international effort. So we have really to tread very carefully when we do that. But at the end, you cannot gain access against the will of people-controlled territory unless you're going to be prepared to negotiate with them. It's going to be very difficult to provide assistance to the people who are trapped in these areas.
Great. I think this is an issue that we can come back to in just a few moments' time, because I'd also like to hear what the UN High Commissioner for Refugees has to say. But for right now, let's now go to our video with highlights from the simulation yesterday. Hi, I'm Jane Zimmerman with the American Red Cross. Welcome back. We're going to pick up on our earlier discussion about national security issues amid refugee crises, but I have two new guests with me. I'd like to welcome Lavinia Limon, here to my left. She is the President and CEO of the U.S. Committee for Refugees and Immigrants. And I'd also like to welcome Eskinder Nagash, the Office of Refugee Resettlement Director. Welcome to you both.
Thank you.
We have some questions here online from Twitter, one from @Vrivasaful. How often do conflicts arise between different groups of refugees living in the same camp for an extended period of time? Could you speak a little bit from your experience, perhaps Lavinia, if you wouldn't mind first sharing your insights with us?
Well, obviously, refugees come from a given country. It doesn't mean that they're all the same, that they all have everything in common. I often think I could imagine if 10,000 people from where I live and the surrounding areas all of a sudden ended up in a camp someplace. There's a whole lot of people that I would not want to spend 30 seconds with. And if suddenly I was in a life or death situation with them, that makes it very difficult. So internal conflicts to refugee situations is something that always has to be acknowledged and dealt with. Obviously, there's lots of mediation techniques and dialogue techniques, but you're in a very stressful situation, and I think that it really has always been something that we've had to pay attention to.
And Eskinder, what are your thoughts about how to defuse tensions between refugees and the communities they live in, and also to make sure that radicalization doesn't take foot?
Well, again, from a refugee camp perspective, as you know, most refugees are coming in from the same probably ethnic group. So they do share a common, journey, and they're a victim of a system or something else. So I don't usually see that there is a conflict that carried from the home country to the refugee camp. But sometimes, it happens. When you have 2 or 4 or 3 different ethnic groups coming into a refugee camp, and they have their own grievances. Sometimes that grievance may be followed some kind of very low-level conflict. But for the most part, I haven't seen it. I was in the Dadaab refugee camp in 2010, and I'll tell you that 99.9% of the refugees in the Dadaab camp are Somalis. Mm-hmm. And they may have their own issue in terms of clan issue, but once they get to the camp, I think the first thing they focus is the question of survival. How do you survive in this environment? And some of them, they have to actually survive for 20, 25 years. So, it's a different level of conflict. I think the question is, whether the conflicts become deadly enough, that somebody has to be intervened. I don't usually see it. In the resettlement arena, you don't see that. We don't really have just one community just going there and having a challenge with the host community. It just doesn't happen very often. I think the beautiful thing in the U.S. Resettlement model is, in fact, I remember, when the Bosnian refugee coming to this country, even though the conflict was, have an ethnic group flavor to it, but once they get here, again, it's a question of how to survive, how to really recover and restore whatever they lost. So I see that conflict very much, in a way, non-existent. Yeah.
Sometimes there's a perception that refugee youth in particular may become radicalized or militarized. Do you think that perception is true, false, or to what extent do you think there's any validity to it? Lavinia, would you like to go first? And then, if you don't mind, Eskinder, I'll ask you.
I think it's very, very rare. Again, you're in survival mode, and you're in survival mode with your family. And, the idea is every day you have to figure out how you're going to get food and water, and how's the family going to be safe, the younger members and female members protected. This is not something that lends itself to militarization or radicalization. I think obviously there are some camps, there have been some situations where insurgents will actually go in and essentially kidnap children, young people, to come and fight with them. That's very, very different than that kind of radicalization.
Eskinder, what are your thoughts?
I mean, I don't really have any experience to share, but I think I assume that, you know, if you ended up being a refugee at a refugee camp, then one assumes that you are a product of the conflict back home. So that feeling, you know, whatever ethnic or political grievances you have, it will continue. It doesn't necessarily mean whether that grievance will turn into something else. I can't tell you really. I haven't seen it because we have a lot of refugee camps, and I don't think refugees are turning to becoming radicalized. But at the same time, they are quite sensitive in terms of what's going on back home, because at the end of the day, what they are hoping is to go back to the home they left, to see the country back in order, and for them to go back, have that very, you know, the basic life they wanted to live. So I will see it a little bit differently. Most refugees are quite politically engaged because they're a product of a political conflict. So for them, you know, they're always aware of it, and they will have that grievance regardless where they will be resettling. But how do you carry that grievance? In some places, you know, they organize themselves and they form an advocacy group. In some places, they may have a need to say, you know, look, you know, our community is completely wiped out. Is there anything we can do? So they may have been engaging, you know, with group of trying to save their community. So I don't believe that this radicalization is a product of a refugee camp. I doubt it very much.
Very good. That's actually a good lead into another question we have here online regarding about funding for refugee education. That is to ensure that children in refugee camps are able to receive an education and be able to become productive. We've seen some worrisome drop-offs in terms of funding for education for refugees. Do you think that this could lead to a lost generation of refugee children? And online, it looks as if some of our participants are particularly thinking about Syrian children, as well as others who've been living in long, protracted refugee crises. Lavinia, what do you see as the issue of education in terms of how it impacts refugee children and also their ability to transform their experience in a way that Manyang did through civil society?
Right. Education is a key issue in refugee camps. Parents obviously want their children to continue their education. In Jordan, where there's significant, over 500,000 Syrians, in some situations the Syrians have been allowed to go to the local schools, but then it got so overcrowded that the local schools had to go to half-day schedules, which was very, very difficult. Many children are not going to schools. They're also setting up some schools in camp. In Turkey, they've set up a lot of schools inside the camps with, and one of the things you have to understand is that a lot of the refugees themselves will become the teachers. People who are teachers or who are educated and can teach will definitely step up and do that. You see that all around the world. The problem really is that the education is always rudimentary. It's very, very unusual to go past sort of elementary school. And there's no opportunity after that, so that's really difficult. Plus, again, surviving in a refugee camp, dealing with the uncertainty of the day-to-day is not conducive to a learning environment.
And Eskinder, I'm interested, especially since you focus on refugee resettlement, how do you find that education or the lack of education affects refugees who are resettled to a new home in a new country?
But again, you know, from the U.S. domestic resettlement, you know, every refugee, once they get here, they have free access to go to public school. You know, in fact, in the U.S., there is no requirement in terms of, you know, whether they need some educational background or not. So we have a very good system especially for the young one to go to school, especially high school. There is really well organized way of helping newcomers, integrate into the system. Keep in mind, refugees are a small number of people coming to the U.S. So, in fact, the school district in most places are quite diverse. And New York City probably has over 120 ethnic groups going to the school. So, refugees will be part of that system. So, the system is quite adaptable in terms of how to provide educational services to newcomers. Now, I think the only thing I want to bring to your attention is we have also a lot of educated refugees who are coming from a refugee camp. We used to be professionals, medical doctors, engineers. I mean, the whole idea of recertification sometimes can be a little bit of frustrating. I think I worry from a refugee camp perspective, you have a lot of highly educated people actually going to a refugee camp and staying there for 10 to 15 years without really practicing their education or using their education to help their own community. So I see it lack of education, but at the same time, there is also this idea of not really providing an outlet for people who have actually the education, have the experience, and their future also is in jeopardy. So the longer you stay in refugee camp, I think that's where it gets a little bit complicated.
Terrific. That's really good to know. And I can say as a mother whose child goes to school with children who are resettled refugees, the value that kind of diversity, that their kind of engagement brings to our American society, that immigrants, including refugees, have always brought to American society. It's also a really good question online here about, has the global community done anything to decrease, we addressed that question. Let me go ahead to Molly WMUS. Why is there such a stigma around refugees being a national security threat, especially in America or the United States? Lavinia, do you think that this stigma exists? Is it real? And if so, why does it exist? And how can we debunk it?
It's real. It's been an issue in the United States since, I think, the third immigrant or refugee arrived. The first two were okay, and the third one was suspicious. So we see that all the time. I've been doing refugee work almost 40 years, and it's always the new group that may be a threat to our society. The thing you have to understand about refugees is that if they get to the United States, they've literally won the lottery. So few of the refugees in this world ever get that opportunity. They are so grateful. Again, they're still in survival mode. They're working really hard. They're trying to get their kids to move forward. They are, as Iskander said, sort of very politically engaged, because after all, their whole life has been turned upside down because of politics. But they are really trying to build their new life. And they're very grateful to America for giving them that opportunity. We've had situations, there have been some young men who came here as refugees from Somalia, who after a few years here start getting engaged with some folks that people get nervous about. And the Somali community has worked very closely with U.S. Law enforcement folks to identify potential problems, and to the point where families have actually called and said, my son is online doing such and such, and maybe somebody needs to talk to him. So the thing is that, you know, we're always afraid of the new folks, but I absolutely have faith in the United States. We have managed to bring in people from every corner of the planet, and our values, our principles, and our ability to engage people in the freedom and the culture of our country is so strong. The major fear most refugees have is that they can't even hold on to their basic cultural assumptions, because the lure of what America is just unbelievable.
And I would just say, I would also share that too, that I've seen where there has been stigma. I have long-standing ties to Minnesota, and I have seen the value and the contributions that Somali Americans make to society there. And yet we can be very quick to throw negative labels onto an entire community that now lives among us, is joining us as Americans, and has so much to contribute to us and to enrich our own society and our own lives and culture.
But I was just wondering if I can add to that. Keep in mind, you know, refugees are probably the most vetted people to come to this country. Yeah, nobody comes to this country the way the refugees come. We have a very sophisticated security screening system. You know, there is a lot of check and balance that we do. So if you look at who comes to this country, keep in mind that refugees are probably the most vetted people to come to this country. We do a wonderful job of doing that. Sometimes, people complain that it takes a long time to process. Part of that process is a security clearance process. So, I understand what Lavinia was saying, and I agree with that. But at the same time, refugees do go through a very rigorous security screening process. Just keep that in mind.
No, thank you, Iskender. And could you tell us a little bit about even your own experience? I mean, how did you come to the United States originally?
Well, I came as a refugee, but I don't believe at that time the kind of security processing we have didn't exist. And I think the threat of radicalization or terrorism is, as you know, it's something new to the U.S., in fact, even to the world. Yeah. So I came as a refugee when I was young, but at the same time, I had to go through the same screening process like anybody else. Not only just security processing, there is a medical processing. Refugees have to go through medical testing, checks, X-rays. So you go through that process, and the U.S. had a standard that you may be excluded on a certain condition of health. That also applies to refugees. So when I came, I was very young, but I believe the people who resettled me did all the necessary checkup for me. and I passed, I guess.
I don't know. Some of them might question now that you work for the American government, but still. But that is a joke, because I also used to work for the American government. And actually, right now, we have a message from a very special American government official, Ann Richard, who's the Assistant Secretary of State for the Bureau of Population, Refugees, and Migration. She's a wonderful advocate for humanitarianism. So with that, let's go ahead and hear from Assistant Secretary Richard.
And we're back with the Assistant Secretary of State, Ann Richard, and we'll be taking questions from social media. Our first question is from Joseph Schultz in Minneapolis, who asks, how do you prioritize which refugees to help in a world with multiple refugee crises?
Well, it's an excellent question, because there are too many crises around the world today. We know that there are 15 to 16 million refugees, but really when you add all the people who are displaced around the world, it can total nearly 50 million people. And so we are trying to work on a global basis through multilateral organizations that can reach into countries where the U.S. has good relations, and further afield to countries where it might be more difficult for American diplomats to go. And we try to ensure that, working with our partner organizations, that aid is provided in an unbiased, impartial, neutral manner based on the need of the people there. That's very much the humanitarian approach to delivering aid.
All right, thank you. Our second question comes from Florian Grunwald, studying in Paris currently. Florian asks, what is the U.S. doing to support Syrian refugees, and will the United States be hosting any of those refugees?
Well, the United States is the leading donor to humanitarian response to the Syria crisis. We have provided $1.7 billion since the start of the crisis, and as you know, this is the third anniversary of the peaceful protests that ended up leading to conflict. And we also would very much like to bring some of the Syrian refugees to the United States as part of our resettlement program. And our diplomats are working daily to try to find ways to restore some semblance of peace to Syria.
Okay. Our third question, via Geneva from Ellen Cartmel, asks, what is the United States' role in aiding the victims of conflict, such as in South Sudan?
Well, the U.S. is very concerned about what's happening in South Sudan, where last December conflict arose between different parts of the government that has led to widespread violence. And we provide humanitarian assistance to make sure that people who are displaced are getting help. And the U.S. government also is very involved in supporting the peacekeepers that are working in South Sudan.
Okay, and that ties in once again. Our last question will come from Jen Stutman, who is a student right here in Washington. Jen asks, would the United States ever consider putting stricter guidelines on the money they send to humanitarian organizations in order to ensure that aid workers are better trained and refugee camps are better organized to protect the most vulnerable?
Well, we do a lot to try to ensure that humanitarian response lives up to high standards. We work with reputable aid organizations. I mentioned multilateral organizations like the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the UN Refugee Agency, but also non-governmental organizations that are among the best in the world. And we also are taking steps to ensure that aid workers get training in preventing sexual exploitation and abuse of the people they are supposed to help. We feel so strongly about it, we insist that our own staff get this training before traveling outside of Washington. And so I think that we're never satisfied, completely satisfied, but we do insist on the highest standards and hold people accountable when there are problems.
All right. Well, thank you for your time, Assistant Secretary Richard. We're back to the conference, and if you'd like to learn more and connect with PRM, please visit the following addresses.
Great, we're back. This is Jane Zimmerman again from the American Red Cross, and thanks to Assistant Secretary Ann Richard. So now I have my whole panel here with me, and I think we want to mix it up a little bit. I want to talk a little bit about refugee protection. We've talked a lot about assisting refugees, but how do we really protect refugees? Nanette, what are you doing to protect refugees in Lebanon, particularly those who are coming from Syria, which is where a lot of attention is turned now on one of the worst humanitarian crises in a generation?
Well, I think it first has to be said that the obligations are on states to protect refugees and all citizens within their territories. So what we do is we work with the governments to make sure that refugees have access. And in countries where they don't have a refugee system, an administrative system, we bolster that, we step in. So in Lebanon, for example, we register refugees, we determine that they're from Syria, we determine what their concerns are, what their needs are, and we work with all our partners, including our government partners, to make sure that refugees have access into the country, that they're protected, that they have shelter, that they have food, that they have adequate health care. This all, of course, depends on aid dollars. And when our dollars, our contributions are stretched, it means that our coverage is stretched. But we continue to work very resolutely with the governments in the countries that we are operating, as well as with our international UN and international NGO and national partners to ensure the widest possible coverage to protect and assist refugees who are in need, and also to provide needed assistance to the hosting communities and the local institutions that are bearing the brunt of these emergencies.
But what about donor fatigue? What about people who are watching now and may think about how they can make a difference? And does offering money or contributions or aid, does that make it easier for someone like Bashar al-Assad to turn his guns on his own people and create a refugee population? Is humanitarian assistance facilitating or even perhaps creating humanitarian crises? This is what some of our critics and followers would really like to know. Michelle.
Well, let me return the question. So we should do nothing and let the crisis kill the people who have to be killed and wait for the next government to come in or to the same government to continue. We don't have a choice. I think people who have fled for protection need to be assisted. What is failing very often is political muscle to try to address the real source of the conflict, because humanitarian aid at the end is an aspirin on a headache. It's not treating the cause of the headache, if you want. So let's be clear about the challenge, but also the limitations that humanitarians have. They try to help people through the most critical part of their life when their basic rights have to be restored, but we can't address all the issues that are related to the reason why they fled.
So if the answer to humanitarian crises is essentially political, then again, what can people do to get involved when it's often politics halfway around the world? And what difference can the United States make? I mean, Lavinia, $1.7 billion for refugees in Syria, or Syrian refugees. What do you think of that? Isn't that enough? Or what kind of political options can there be? We've all been trying to work on this, or the international community has been trying to work on this now for years.
When you work with refugees, you know refugees are a result of political conflict. Therefore, there can only be a political solution to so that refugees are not created, or that they are able to go home, or that other countries are accepting them. But, it gets frustrating sometimes. I mean, I may have my own opinion on what world policy should be vis-a-vis Syria and what's going on, but that's not my job. It's somebody else's job to try and end the conflict and try and have Syria go back to stability, or any other country we're talking about. But as Michelle said, what are we going to do? These people are now refugees. They need protection. I think one of the issues we need to really define is protection. What do we mean, right? There's protection in terms of water, food, shelter, and maybe school, which comes after all those other things. And then there's the protection of their rights as human beings and their rights as refugees. And refugees under international law have the right to freedom of movement, the right to work, basically the right to self-determination. In the kind of crisis that was demonstrated yesterday in Virginia, in that crisis, food, water, shelter becomes very important. And so you set up this whole thing, this camp. We all know about refugee camps, to help deal with that. Unfortunately, that temporary situation, to whether I'm going to have water today or shelter today, turns into an average of 17 years for refugees. And in that process, we basically deprive them of their rights to leave the camp, to go get a job, to go do go practice their profession, whatever they wish to do. We deprive them of that while we provide them with a different kind of protection. This is a real conundrum. I think that the international humanitarian community is working to try and resolve this. It takes political will of the host countries, of the donor nations, everyone to understand that refugees aren't different than you and me. Any of us could become a refugee, and that should not mean that we lose our rights.
So I see here we have a tweet from a friend of mine in Israel, Ido Rosenzweig, who has an international humanitarian law civil society organization there called ALMA. And he's asking for us on our take on non-refoulement principle and what it means in international humanitarian law. What is refoulement, other than a French word that's difficult to pronounce? And why can't a country that may already be burdened with its own internal conflicts, already burdened by having to accept refugees when its own people don't have enough, why can't they just close a door and say, no, we have enough problems, enough issues, we're trying to sort out our own issues here, you go back home and sort out your political issues, we don't need refugees here. And with that, let me also perhaps turn this question to a new panelist here, the president of the Ethiopian Community Development Council. Welcome, Zahaya Tafara. Would you mind taking first crack at this?
Thank you. I think the refugee issue is a global issue. If each country was to say, not in my yard, not in my borders, then we have a global crisis. So as part of our humanitarian and international obligation, especially for those countries that have signed the agreement with the UNHCR and so on, it is really an obligation that must be taken seriously. And if we have to force people really to go back there, we are basically sending them to their imprisonment, suffering, and even death. So as part of the international community, as part of the international humanitarian responsibility that we have taken, for me, it is unimaginable, unacceptable to send back refugees when they have a genuine fear of persecution in their home countries.
Any other comments? Michelle?
Yeah, I'd like to say perhaps that principle of non-refoulement is a key protection element of the Refugee Convention, but it has also become an accepted tenet of international human rights law. So all countries, even if they have not signed the convention, are in principle held to that principle. Now to your question, some countries do exactly that. And not just countries who didn't sign the convention. You have an increasing number of countries who signed the convention and who are being very tough on refugees. Look, that's what's happening in Australia right now, or the attitude of many European countries vis-a-vis the Syrians. They say, oh, Lebanon, Jordan, take them. You do a good job, but they are trying to prevent them from moving further away. And that's international pressure, diplomatic negotiations, etc., that has to break that logjam.
And if I may, this inconsistent application, the countries that have signed on and proclaimed their respect for non-refoulement and then don't do it, sends a very bad example to other countries who are way more beleaguered by refugees than they. And you can look at the situation, for example, in Lebanon, that's taken 1 million refugees, has not signed any convention, has protected refugees, has not refouled refugees. And when other countries get up and admonish them to keep their borders open and keep respect for non-refoulement, they look at those countries and say, who are you to tell us to do that when you don't respect the principle yourself? Which means that we have to be exceedingly pragmatic about this principle. We have to recognize it, we have to promote it, but we have to support countries to manage these huge loads that they're asked to carry on the basis of their proximity to a refugee-producing country. That's really our imperative.
And we in the United States can't be real smug about this, okay? When we had Haitians coming, fleeing dictatorship in their country, we have a whole policy where we interdict them at sea to keep them from landing on our shores. And then they're supposed to yell out whether they're persecuted or not. And I can tell you, it's not an ideal situation for determining who a refugee is. So I think it gets back to, it's difficult to have a lot of leadership when sometimes you fail to test yourself.
Let me see if I can add something. You know, I understand there is international law, international protection, the Convention of 1951. All that's wonderful. I think we need to keep in mind, at least for our audience also, refugees are actually getting a lot of services by local communities. Poor people are welcoming refugees in Lebanon, in Jordan, in Turkey. It's not just a camp. You know, there's a lot of people, you know, hosting families, providing families, churches, mosques, you know, synagogue, doing a lot of work. And the idea that they do this work not because they're signed to the convention or, you know, they understand this refoulement or the protection issue, but they believe that helping another human being is the right thing to do. They see that the suffering of the people, they know one day they could be that, you know. So I think refugee resettlement sometimes lose its humanitarian discussion because we spend too much time in terms of whether there's a convention signatory or not. What we don't understand is a lot of refugees around the world, probably 20-something million refugees, not just simply in the camp. Outside the camp, there are actually neighbors. Somebody is giving them their basement. Somebody is actually taking them to church. Somebody taking them food and medicine. So there is that community. So I think the question is, you know, should we as a human being have a certain responsibility to another human being when they are in distress? And I think historically, you know, whether it's through religion or everything, you see refugees are always has been welcomed by not the powerful, not the people with the means, but actually the poor people. You know, if you go to Dadaab, if you go to Kakuma camp, if you go to any other camp, you know, in Burma and other places, you see the local community also part of carrying that responsibility of helping another person is a meaningful thing to do, and helping one human being is perhaps helping all human beings. So that's really the principle that actually sustained refugees. I think UNHCR do a great job around the world, you know, but we don't need to define the refugee situation through humanitarian law or who gave more money and who didn't give money. Keep in mind, this is about human beings. If we don't do it, then who else should do it? I think that's the discussion. So I think for our young audience, what they need to understand is there is international protection regime, but at the end of the day, it's one person doing something to another human being. That will make a difference.
If I may, because I think what you're saying is unassailable and definitely plays out all over the world. But I think it also would be a mistake if we downplayed the importance of law, because law is a mechanism which regulates human behavior. And when we disrespect law, then we can descend into a situation of chaos. There's a reason why we have international conventions. There's a reason why we hold states to account to the principles that they've signed on to. So I think we need to do both. I think we, as I said earlier, we need a pragmatic approach that supports states that are doing this, communities that are welcoming refugees, not because they feel bound by an international law obligation, but we also have to hold states to account to the obligations that they've signed on to. And one of those is to protect refugees who are within their territories, and we need to do the maximum to support states who are feeling so overburdened and who are at very grave risk of destabilization because of the presence of refugees that they're struggling to provide for.
But Nanette, for laws to really take effect, there have to be consequences. They have to be enforced. So we've had multiple resolutions passed on Syria, for example, and you know quite well living in Lebanon. I mean, how do we enforce that protection? How do we enforce those provisions of international law? And let me be even a little bit more provocative still. You mentioned the importance of keeping borders open to refugees. Well, the United States doesn't have open borders, and most countries don't. They have some sort of immigration and control. And in a country like Lebanon, which has been at the center of so much instability in the past and has received so many refugees, first of all, how do you enforce the law? And then secondly, how do you balance a legitimate need for security with the need to be able to offer sanctuary and safety to refugees?
Well, I mean, that's clear. It's not an unfettered obligation that you can just take in as many people just because they say they're a refugee. That's why we have mechanisms to determine who is in need of international assistance, and also why we need to, in situations where states are completely overwhelmed, why it is the obligation of the international community to help these states out. The fact that international law is imperfect in terms of its enforcement doesn't mean that it is something that we should abandon, because it is being upheld in areas. People do feel obliged to account. These are all very important. They may not be full measure enforcement, but they do modify international behavior in ways that is critical and important. And we need to keep supporting that. But as I said, it's not a one solution fits all. We've got to maintain our promotion for the protection of refugees, at the same time demanding that those countries who can do more to help those who are most beleaguered step up to the plate and do so.
You know, it's, excuse me, it's really important, I think, we understand that the real central question is, what kind of world do we want to live in? Do we want to live in a world where people can be slaughtered and we just look away because it doesn't matter? You know, or do we want a world in which international law stipulates that all of us should behave like human beings, like the people that Iskinder's talking about? When someone comes to your door and they're hungry and they're homeless and whatnot, most of us will help out. And that's what you see all around the world. Don't we want an international structure whereas our organized societies also have the same response as you would have as a human being? In history, we have seen situations where we haven't done that. And it's turned us, I think, into terrible situations which we're ashamed of. And so we need to decide that this is something that we, and the people watching this, they can influence their governments, their communities to be the kind of world that they want to live in.
Well, Mr. Tafada, I was about to say, this seems to be a natural lead into you and your experience and your work.
I think, you know, I agree with what Lavinia is going to say. We have to look at, you know, some facts. Most refugees that are fleeing their own countries live in developing countries. If you take, for example, in Africa, you have over 3 million refugees going from one country to the other. You take, you know, Asia into the Pacific, we have over 3 million people. So when you compare, you know, the number of refugees that are being hosted in developing countries, compare that with the developed world, what we have in the developed world is very, very insignificant number. This is something that people need to understand. When we talk about refugees, you know, we feel that in this country, for example, in the US, we feel that we're taking all the burden. The US is doing what it can, that's fine, but we have also to put that into context. There are poorer countries that are not feeding even their own people. that have been so generous, hospitable to refugees. Take countries like Tanzania that have housed refugees from Burundi and elsewhere for many, many years. Take countries like Kenya that are housing refugees from the southern Sudan now, from Somalia and so on. So if we can put this into context, I think we can do a better job. That we in the West, who have more resources and so on, can do really much to help alleviate the plight of refugees and their protection also in the various countries.
Let me just make sure that the audience is not getting a different view. I believe in the law. I believe in humanitarian law. I really believe in people who sign, or countries who sign an international obligation. All that is wonderful. I'm just simply saying, at the end of the day, we need also to recognize that there is a certain obligation as human being, and what we do and what the Lebanese are doing, what the Jordanians are doing, or the Kenyans are doing, even if you go back to history, it's not really the international law or the non-existence of the law that prevent people from caring for another human being. I just wanted to bring that humanitarian aspect of it. We can shape the law, but at the same time, we can only do that when we start seeing ourselves through the people, the victims. That's the only thing actually that will be binding that international law, is when we see people as a number, or when we see them, if we give this much money, then we no longer have to worry about it. What I'm trying to say is at the beginning of any humanitarian engagement, we have to learn to see ourselves through the victim. And then that's actually when we can make a difference, whether through humanitarian law or signatories of any convention. But at the end of the day, if we don't see ourselves through the victims, then the entire discussion is going to be barren, in my view.
So I think that's a great point, because also that's the idea of why humanitarianism is universal and why those values resonate with people from so many different backgrounds, religions, belief systems throughout the world, ethnicities. Michelle, you wanted to add?
Yeah, one point perhaps. When we talk about enforcement, we think about constraining methods of enforcement, punishment. What do you do to punish them if they don't behave well? But there are also nice ways to look at enforcement. In the case of Lebanon, for instance, it's a country that has been 15 years in a terrible civil wars, that has lots of religious and ethnic groups. It managed to find its political stability. It's a miracle that with 25% of its population being Syrians now, that country has not exploded. It needs support in development. This is not a problem for humanitarians. To say there are refugees, so it's a humanitarian issue, is not the right answer. That's part of the answer. Lebanon is still getting no support in development, while it's putting its schools, its roads, all its resources to 20%, 25% of the population, which are not its nationals. Now, unless we solve that, they are going to threaten to close their border. The real issue, of course, is that they won't be able to close them, and further influx will eventually destabilize the country. Is this in our interest? It's not. So there is the humanitarian dimension, which is we should do the thing because it's the right thing to help fellow human beings, but there is also a question of international stability. We have to move the dialogue well beyond the responsibility of humanitarians, and that is still moving too slowly. And in the case of the Syrian crisis, I think perhaps fatally so in the years to come if we don't really react more strongly.
Okay, we're eventually going to need to bring this also back to what our audience today can do, what the over 500 young people, students who participated in yesterday's simulation, now they know a lot more about the situation, the conditions, the international law, protection and assistance for refugees, but they're really going to want to know what they can do in order to make a difference. If the solution is political, how can they get involved? How could they mobilize other youth around the world in a world that's increasingly interconnected to actually take action, and as they better understand the situation and the problems and the challenges, figure out what they can do next? Now I'm really excited to bring someone who is on the ground working with refugees and displaced people, and that would be Jordi Reich, head of delegation of the International Committee of the Red Cross in Colombia. I know that our Skype connection is a little weak here, so please bear with us if we have some technical difficulties. But Jordi, I want to thank you for being with us online and talking about refugees. Maybe you could give us a bit of how you see the situation on the ground in Colombia.
Let me know, and I'll try to slow down a bit. The International Committee of the Red Cross has been present in Colombia now for over 40 years, and maybe a lot of people don't know that Colombia has around 5.4 million internally displaced persons. This is one of the largest it's an official figure, it's one of the largest figures in the world. And since Sudan partition divided into two countries, it has become it's most likely the country in the world with the largest number of internally displaced people. The causes of displacement in Colombia are several, are different. But maybe here I would like to make a point, which is we often forget. We often speak of displacement as a humanitarian consequence per se, and it is a humanitarian consequence of war, conflict, and violence. But behind the displacement, there are other humanitarian consequences that trigger that displacement. In other words, a displacement, a person, a family that gets displaced, it's because something else has happened, forcing to add displacement on top of the several humanitarian consequences that they suffer. And in Colombia, people get displaced because of death threats, because of psychological abuse, because of fighting in their communities, because of weapon contamination or landmines, because the area has been littered with landmines and other weapons or unexploded devices, because of threats or real force recruitment, because of disappearances, members of the families disappearing, because of the theft of belongings, because of the destruction of the property, because of the killing of civilians. And because of sexual violence, which is a big problem also in this Colombian conflict. So what we have is a number of humanitarian consequences that stem from this armed violence, this armed conflict that has been ongoing for 40 years, and violence related to narco traffic and other groups and bands that cause the displacement of people. Those millions of people that have been, those millions of Colombians that have been displaced in past decades, we can quickly put them, if you like, into three types or three categories. And we humanitarians often love these categories and labels, which I don't love very much, but sometimes you got to do it for working. In Colombia, you have short-term displacement. Those are communities that have decided that they will not get displaced. And this happens a lot amongst indigenous communities in Colombia. Communities that decided that no matter what, we're not going to abandon our village, we're not going to abandon our animals, we're not going to abandon our fields. And what we do, and I'll mention it a bit later on, what they do is that they displace themselves into safe areas, into safe zones. They wait for the combats, for the hostilities to pass by, and then they return to their village to recover and pick up and live with whatever is left. Then we have individual displacements. In Colombia, we call individual displacement what it's individuals that displaced or family units that displaced. And then massive displacements that in Colombia, it's not the large, huge crowds that you may see in other continents. In Colombia, we consider it a massive displacement where it's 50 people or more being displaced. Where those displacements take place? They take place in the countryside, between one small village to another village or to a safe area, as I mentioned before. They take place to the big cities, people coming from the rural areas into huge cities, be it Bogota, be it Cali, be it Medellin, these big cities with several million people. Or there is another type of displacement that is quite unheard of and difficult to detect, and it's increasing in Colombia, which is the intra-urban displacement. That is, displaced people that displace themselves within the city where they live, and that initially they were already displaced from the rural areas. This happens in cities like, for instance, in the Pacific coast in Buenaventura, where the fights between narco-traffic groups dealing with drugs and with other forms of extortion fight themselves in neighborhoods that are actually made up of previously displaced people that came from the rural areas. And because of this fighting, these people, they displace themselves again from one neighborhood to another neighborhood. And this displacement is very difficult, it's very blurred, it's difficult to detect and very difficult to follow as well. What the International Committee of the Red Cross here does for all these displaced population is provide them with protection, and I heard the several panelists mentioning before about the importance of these protection activities, and I couldn't agree more with them. And then there is the other part that is more assistance to help them cope during these initial phases of displacement. Therefore, here we deliver emergency humanitarian aid to internally displaced people in all the areas that are affected by armed conflict and violence, focusing mostly in accessible areas. And careful with the word inaccessible. Inaccessible areas in Colombia means remote, geographically remote areas where the combats are taking place. But inaccessible areas also mean those neighborhoods I was mentioning before in big cities where no institutions, not even the police, enter, and they are as inaccessible as remotely geographically remote areas all over the country. In 2013, altogether, the International Committee of the Red Cross provided this support to around 26,000 displaced people, of which 18,000 were due to this massive displacement, about 8,500 individually displaced, and then helped to build safe areas for 6,000 people in 2 different places. Safe areas are those areas that I was mentioning before. An isolated community decides we are not going to displace no matter what, and then they identify a place where they build a safe shelter with food, with water, with whatever they think they may need, and it's the area where the whole community runs when there are combats, when there are aerial bombardments, and then they stay there safe, all clearly marked, and wait till the combat or the bombardments are off, are finished, to return then to their areas, to the village where they live. It's a decision taken by the community, but it's a good way to prevent permanent displacement, because once those families abandon completely the rural areas and they go into the cities, it's extremely difficult that they never ever return to the areas that they left behind, because we're talking here about long-term displacement. We're talking, there are people that displaced 25, 30, 35 years ago. They rebuild their lives in the cities. They had children, they are going to school, and for them it's going to be very difficult to return. To finish, maybe two activities that we do as well to help to try to make sure that those displaced do not remain constantly or forever dependent on assistance, to help them be more self-sufficient, to help them be more independent. It's productive interventions. Productive interventions is something that we do a lot in rural areas, and their objective is to improve the humanitarian conditions of communities affected by violence and of returnees as well. Productive interventions are all those interventions related to agricultural activities like cocoa or other kinds of cash crops, or survival crops if needed, and livestock. This gives them more autonomy, more independence, and they become more reliable. They can rely on their own means and in their own work. And in cities, we recently, only 2 years ago, we started working on a very interesting program that is working very well, which is income generation. And we're doing it now in 11 cities in Colombia. And everything I mentioned before, of course, we do in very close cooperation and with the essential support of the Colombian Red Cross, our sister and partner organization here, part of the movement. And as I was saying, in 11 cities, what we assisted is more than 3,800 displaced people with training and access to temporary employment through alliances with private sector companies. And between 30 and 40% of those displaced that after the get a contract with one of these companies with whom we're establishing some kind of agreements, remain after are employed indefinitely. And it's also a good way, again, which it's working very well, and we're still evaluating and improving it along the way, to make sure that those displaced people that reach the city, a completely unknown and hostile environment for them, become more self-reliable and capable of rebuilding their lives in there without depending on, be it institutional, because there are a lot of institutional state support here for displaced, or being or remaining depending on the assistance coming from humanitarian organizations like the Red Cross. And I think I'll leave it there because I know we're supposed to have some time for questions and answers that I will be very glad to take. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Jordi. There are a lot of questions. One which is really interesting, which is how does the ICRC maintain its impartiality and neutrality without turning a blind eye to human rights violations? Particularly, for instance, you mentioned in the context of sexual violence, but how can ICRC work with non-state actors and groups like the FARC, for example, or even criminal gangs or networks to protect people while victims of conflict, while at the same time not turning a blind eye to potential human rights violations? Where's the accountability, and what is ICRC's role in accountability?
It's a very good question and a very difficult one. Well, first let's mention this principle of neutrality, because neutrality and impartiality, those are principles of the International Red Cross and Red Crescent movement, and are principles. And principles are very nice and look great on paper. But then you go to the field, and principles are individuals, human beings, us all somehow. And one of the first exercises that you have to learn when you work for the ICRC, and I went through my personal thinking about all that in due time, long time ago, is that you have to learn to start with to separate your personal feelings and your personal opinions from your attitude and the way you work when you work for an organization that uses neutrality as a principle. The second thing you learn very, very fast is that the principle sounds very, very nice, but being neutral is not so much about what you do. It's particularly much more about how you are perceived. Neutrality, it's a perception. I mean, you either are perceived as neutral by the people you try to help, by the groups and the armed groups or the army that you're discussing, or you are not. And then if you are not perceived as neutral, no matter what you do, nothing is going to change it, or it's going to be extremely difficult to change it. So to maintain our neutrality in here, what we try to do all the time is to be we don't turn a blind eye on alleged violations of international humanitarian law. However, obviously following a modality of work that has been long-standing in the Red Cross, we don't go public about it. But not going public about it does not mean turning a blind eye on it. And what we do in here is that, we keep contact. We have contact with all sides in the conflict. And we do. I mean, we just don't, it's not a way of saying so. We really do. Really have contacts from the ground level to the top level with the FARC, with the ELN, with the so-called in Colombia criminal gangs, with the army, with the police, and with all the ministries. And about this, we are very public. We tell everybody every time that we, as the ICRC in Colombia, have nothing to hide. We talk to all sides. We talk to all them all time, and we discuss with them all our observations in the fields. And we do that confidentially. That's the confidential part. We do sit with the FARC, from the very guys on the ground to the top guys sitting now, not all of them, a few of them, in the peace talks in Havana. So we go to Havana in Cuba and we talk to them as well to discuss about the conduct of hostilities and what our teams see in the field when it comes to fighting this war. We do the same with the army, we do the same with the police, we do the same with the criminal gangs, we do it with everyone. And yeah, we are talking here about changing behavior. It's not only about respecting the law, it's about changing behavior, because respecting international law means changing your behavior, something that it's not easy at all and that it takes time. And it's a world full of lights and shadows. Some days we have great successes and we manage that something that was going wrong or something that an armed group was doing in a given area, they stop doing it after we discussing with them. And sometimes, well, you have many frustrations because you have the feeling that you talk, you discuss with them, you try to convince them how they should apply international law, and nothing seems to work.
Jordi, thanks very much. I have about 6,000 questions I'd like to follow up with. And you should see how many questions our viewers online have, that they've been sending them by Twitter and Facebook. I'd like to add there's so much material here that we're just picking the surface at, and where we'd really love to get into more depth, more detail, especially with the experts around the world, and especially those who came in also today on a cold, rainy Sunday morning to engage on these issues. We are doing more interviews with them that you'll be able to see online after the conference. And I also want to say this is the start of a dialogue. The Global Refugee Simulation and Conference, it doesn't end today, it begins today. We're going to keep up this dialogue and answer some of the questions that we haven't been able to get to during this conference. We're going to keep answering them online and engaging online. And believe me, this is only the first Global Refugee Simulation and Conference. There is going to be more to follow. So again, it's the start of learning, it's the start of engaging, and the start of advocacy. So Jordi, I really want to thank you for making yourself available, because there's so much more I would like to learn about what you are doing in Colombia. Our final discussion topic is going to cover refugee crises as a global phenomenon and the calls for global aid and attention. And I'd really like to get at some of the other issues that we've talked about a lot this morning and this afternoon. One issue that keeps coming up is sexual violence, and certainly Jordi just touched on it as well. But I'd really like to put to some of our people here, I mean, what happens as a woman if I flee violence and I'm attacked, I'm raped, I arrive in a refugee camp, I'm traumatized, and perhaps there are those who seek to exploit me, perhaps because of their access to food and assistance. And I'm so vulnerable, and that perhaps, you know, I could be raped or abused again. I could be trafficked into a city where I would be harder to find. How do you protect women in those sort of situations? How do you even get them to talk about the trauma that they've had so that you can provide assistance? And what does that assistance look like?
Yeah, this is one of the most troubling aspects of refugee experience, especially as it affects women. And so UNHCR and our partners, we work very resolutely to try to do two things. One is to be able to identify who in fact has survived a sexual assault, or who in fact may be at risk of that. And that's why we have registration, that's why we have outreach community centers and our partners, and we work to try to identify people and encourage them to come forward and seek assistance. But that's the start, because women have to feel comfortable in order to do so. We take it as a great success when we're able to count how many people come forward and those numbers increase over time. That sounds counterintuitive, but it's not, because more people coming forward means that they're comfortable, one, that they can speak to us, and two, that they'll get the services that they need. What are those services? If it's a woman who is at risk of violence, we have safe houses. If it's a family who's may try to marry their young daughter off at a very young age because they have not sufficient resources and they can sell the child for a bride price to someone else, we try to provide income support. We also try to help women cope with the trauma through psychosocial counseling. There's a myriad of different ways to address this problem, but in an emergency situation, it is a great challenge, but one that we do prioritize with our partners.
Great. Well, with that, I believe that we are getting short on time, and our connection can only last so long. So I want to again say that this has been the start of something really important and powerful today. The Global Refugee Simulation and Conference is going to be an ongoing effort, and I'd like you to be able to continue to get on the website grsc.org, Global Refugee Simulation and Conference, and continue to engage us with your questions. We really look forward to answering them and encouraging all the panelists, the groups, the organizations that have been involved here today and during the simulation to continue to work together to be able to tackle this issue. We don't want you just to learn, we want you to be able to advocate, to take action. Our efforts today have highlighted a lot of atrocities that plague the world, and we want you to continue this dialogue in your home, in your own country, since we have a global audience here today, with your peers, with your family, with policymakers, government officials, on Twitter, on Facebook. And then we are going to also be able to thank some of the groups and organizations that made this whole event possible and provided a lot of support, both in terms of labor, manpower, and material support. So with that, I believe we have a video to acknowledge some of those folks. Let's go ahead and cut to that. Terrific. I'm glad to be back. And once again, I want to thank all the organizations that helped make the Global Refugee Simulation and Conference possible. I especially want to thank all the volunteers, all the participants, and the incredible university students and youth who put this event together. I've been working in international affairs and humanitarian affairs for over 25 years. I learned a lot yesterday and today. So with that, let's go ahead and talk about the fact that we're not just learning. We want to be activists. We want to be advocates. So let me go ahead and open it up to our panel here.
Great. I'm really happy to be here today. I was one of the participants in the simulation yesterday, and having that opportunity was really amazing. It showed me a lot about refugee issues that are really impossible to learn just from sitting here in the United States, kind of far away. I know a lot of people kind of get caught up in that, and it's hard for them to know, like, this is a global issue, and this is affecting thousands and millions of people all around the world. So I think this is a great opportunity to engage a bunch of youth, and through that experience I've been talking to family and friends and engaging them since they weren't able to be there, and it was really good.
Terrific.
Hi, I also was a participant in the simulation yesterday. You know, it's a really eye-opening experience. What I found is the more you know about you know, refugees and the whole situation, the more you want to become involved. It's an issue that it's almost impossible not to be empathetic about. So I really feel like, you know, if we could educate more people, they won't hesitate to help out.
Great. Manyang, I'm hoping that we have some refugee youth, either resettled here in the United States or living in camps or urban areas abroad, who may have access to this conference, to this video, and be able to see how much we care about them and their situation here. What would you like to know, if you were a refugee youth again, what do you think is the most important message we can convey to refugee youth?
Well, the idea that people sitting together today is very important. It's significant that, you know, there's people who care about other people's life. You know, what they witnessed yesterday is something I lived for 13 years. I spent 13 years of my life living as refugees from one camp to another. You know, it's something that I know very well. And when you talk about refugees, you're talking about the people that are nothing at all. They left everything behind. They have nowhere to go. And that's why they look to the organization like UNHCR, ICRC, and all this kind of organization. And my job was to advocate people about the refugees issue. And I talk a lot about Sudan because right now there's the people that needed the help. And that's where our organization working. And internally, if I want to give you the number, inside southern Sudan is 1 million people are displaced. They have no place, they needed help. That's what they witnessed yesterday. Those people are going right now, they are witnessing it right now in their own country. This is very challenging. And to sit here and people hear about what we're talking about their life and telling the world, they like television and all these people that have been there is important, it's significant. It shows that, you know, the world is coming into one umbrella to understand people.
Right. Francois, again, I can't say enough for how much we appreciate the support of our fellow family member in the Red Cross, Red Crescent movement, the ICRC, where humanitarianism really started with Henri Dunant over 150 years ago. And the way ICRC and you and your team have supported this simulation and conference, our heartfelt gratitude. But I'd like to give you a few words too about ICRC, and again, some of these issues that we were only just able to touch upon. What do you think are some of the key takeaways that people like our two participants and who made this possible yesterday, what they've taken away from this? How do you see that they can take action and advocate and make the situation better?
No, thank you, Jane, and please, I'd like to also to thank you and the American Red Cross for making this. I've discussed with you, I've discussed with other participants to this simulation exercise yesterday. You have braved some very difficult conditions, but the spirit was remarkable. And I really think it's, for me the key word is involvement. We want the youth, but we want everybody to get involved, not to be indifferent to what happens in the world. I mean, if you're a young person today, just look at the world. I mean, today it's not in great shape, is it? So I think it's essential that there is more involvement. And I'd like to say you don't need to be working in Syria or in South Sudan to make a difference. You can do it in your community, you can grow through your community, you can do other things, but the key is really to have this spark of involvement. And I really hope that this event yesterday and what we're doing today will help for this spark to spread among more people, so that we have more people actually concerned and doing something, be it, spending their own time, sending money, but actually, being involved in these issues.
And of course, we live here in a really diverse society, in a really diverse country. I think one thing that we could do is really call upon those of you who are watching today or who took part, reach out to someone who's different, reach out to someone who's a new American. 1 out of 4 Americans these days is either an immigrant or a first-generation American. They have a story to tell. Ask them their story. Find out what you can learn from them and what you can share with them. I think a lot of times people want to be able to relate their stories, but they're not certain that there's someone willing to listen. And keep in mind that sometimes people have really difficult stories. It may take a while to actually get to know them before you really know the whole story. So I'm also curious for our students here. I have to admit, yesterday I got up, I looked at the weather, I looked at the alarm clock on a Saturday, which is supposed to be my day off. I got in my car, I at least didn't have to take the metro to a bus stop and get on a bus and then go out to Bull Run. But I got out there and I stood out in the cold and the rain, and I think I was a little bit better dressed and prepared than maybe some of our students, but then again, I noticed that some of the students here in Washington, D.C. will walk around when there's 2 feet of snow on the ground in their flip-flops and shorts. But can you tell me, why did you do this? You have invested hundreds of hours. You could have been doing something a heck of a lot more comfortable and interesting yesterday. I wouldn't have been there unless you had been there. So why were you there in the first place?
That's a great question. I don't personally know a lot about refugee issues, and I wanted to get involved to learn more about them. I work a lot with the DRC, and that's kind of a huge issue there, and it's something I want to be able to relate to more when I'm working with people, like connecting with people in organizations and on the ground. So through this experience, I think it was a really great opportunity to kind of learn more about what does happen on the ground. It's so hard to imagine here, like fleeing your home, trying to be with your family, and like having all this extreme violence by the militias and like setting up a home in a camp, and it's just something we can't really imagine until you kind of are thrown into it. And even though it was just a simulation, I think it was a great spark to kind of understand the issue more fully.
And what about you? Are you an immigrant? Were you born here in the United States?
I was born here. I'm actually an intern at the International Rescue Committee here in Silver Spring, so I'm lucky that I get to help out with refugees that are being resettled here, and it's just really impossible not to want to get more involved and to understand even more about the situations when you are getting to work with them. So when I heard about this simulation, I didn't hesitate, and that's another thing. The more you learn, the more you want to get involved. So.
And I think that was something we all saw yesterday too. It wasn't just the Red Cross, it was also our counterparts with the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, UNHCR, and all these civil society groups and organizations. Why do we all come together? We're often looking for the same donor dollars. We're looking to try to get more people involved in humanitarian affairs, looking to get more people involved with the displaced, with refugees. But I think that one of the really powerful examples that I saw on the ground yesterday was what I've also seen in real life. And that is how all these groups and organizations bring different levels of expertise, different mandates together to serve the needs and interests of the refugees. I was so proud, and if you check my Twitter feed at Plain Jane, that's my Twitter handle, you'll see pictures of UNHCR representatives and Red Cross representatives, along with the student volunteers from civil society organizations that are supporting refugees, all working together to try to help figure out how best we can serve refugees in real life, how we can take action. And that's the other question too. I mean, Iskender, perhaps you can offer an idea. How can one individual or our viewers help to take action and improve this work on this global issue?
Yeah, before I answer that question, please allow me to actually, as a former refugee, and now serving as refugee in the refugee office, I wanted to thank all of you. Really, this has been an incredible organization, ICRC, Red Cross, and the organizers. I want to thank you on behalf of millions of refugees as we speak. Remember that there are refugees as we speak at this moment, trying actually to flee from persecution. They're in search of freedom, and a place to stand. Some of them may not make it, So on their behalf, and on millions of refugees, I really wanted to thank the students and the organizers. Remember, some of them actually will not make it. Some of them may be dying as they search for that freedom. Some of them will actually be sinking in Mediterranean Sea and Lampedusa and some other places. So this is really an incredible honor for me, and as a former refugee and now serving as refugee director, to witness. So again, please don't undermine what you are doing. This is actually for the living, and in fact, sometimes is for the dead that we actually discussing. So there is a saying in Africa that we say that the best time to plant a tree is 20 years ago. The second best time is now. And I think what you're doing now is crucial in terms of speaking on behalf of refugees. So I think the best thing you can do is, you can organize yourself, but take a moment and see, yourself through the shoes of the lives of others. We have so many refugees, so many children You know, I don't have the number, probably UNHCR will have the exact number, but I assume that there are probably 20 million and so refugees, maybe more than that displaced people. And some of them, as we speak, are in routes in some Sahara desert or in some refugee camp or in some prison being tortured because they believe in something fundamentally, you know, the virtue of being free and making a decision. So this is really not just simply a work, it is a calling for a lot of people who are actually dedicated the time and their life and trying to make a difference on behalf of refugees. So please look at what you are doing is trying to save another human being.
I don't think I can top that. That I think is one of the most beautiful and impassioned remarks I've heard exactly about why we should all be involved in terms of promoting humanitarianism, supporting groups such as the UN High Commissioner for Refugees, the ICRC, the Red Cross movement, and all the different nonprofit and civil society organizations here, and also how you can get involved, not just through money, but also through volunteering. Voluntary service is an incredible, important humanitarian value. Just the fact that you tuned in today, we're grateful. Thank you for your attention. Let's keep it going. Log on to GRSC.org, Global Refugee Simulation and Crisis.org, and let's continue the conversation, and please join us for the next simulation and conference on global refugees. Thank you to everybody. You're amazing.